Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a fantastic Sunday thus far. I remembered the day for once. We've got a lot of stuff to go over and a lot of things to talk about regarding today's severe threat and especially tomorrow's severe weather threat. So welcome everybody into another live stream. Glad to have you here. Glad to have every single one of you guys here as well as the mods. And hopefully everyone is having a great Sunday once again. Let me just make sure everything is good. I think we are good enough. We'll switch on over. The microphone's a little low. There you go. We'll put it right about there. So yeah, we're going to be going over the risk for severe weather today and tomorrow. We may cover a little bit of today's severe weather event in the later portion of this live stream. Then we'll probably end up sparking up a second live stream later on, unless storms fire early, and then we'll see what happens. But I really want to take a break in the middle of the two live streams because I've got some stuff I have to set up for tomorrow's storm chase and tomorrow's event. Welcome Lucky to the live stream. Glad to have you here. Good morning, Mister. In the middle of a 60 significant wind risk on the day 2 outlook. How are you? Could be better.
Oh yeah, could be a lot better. Definitely was a shock. I'm not gonna lie. I actually didn't think they were gonna pull that.
Yep, and a 15 sig Tor too for you.
Yeah, I didn't think they were gonna do that. I thought it was gonna be 10 sig, maybe 45 sig wind. I think it was gonna be that. That was my initial thoughts. Not no 15 sig tornadoes, 60 sig wind. Like, what is this? The planes?
Yeah, really. Actually, not even the planes gets this. Not even the planes has had this. When was the last moderate for NC? I think 2023.
Yeah, and yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know the last time NC's had a 15 sig Tor. It's been a very long time. It has been a very, very long time. That is for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
An extraordinary 100%. Long time. Let's go to our categorical risk. So yeah,
someone said 2019 with Dorian. That would make sense
for the unhatched risk. Yeah, that might be. Yeah, but 15 sig Tor.
15 sig, dude.
Yeah, I think it's been a very long time since a 15 sig Tor.
Yeah, very long time.
Audio is up. Lucky's is a little bit down because he was loud at the start of the live stream. So if your audio's down, you've got a volume button, buddy. You just turn it up. If it's low on your end, just hit that button up. because I'm in the yellow to red and Lucky is in the yellow to red, which means audio is great. So yeah, we've got a enhanced risk for severe weather today, as you can see above the face cam there. Level 3 out of 5 for severe storms today. They've extended that level 3 out of 5, a very large, a very very large risk for severe weather today. Thankfully, not upper echelon like tomorrow. The jump between an enhanced and a moderate is pretty high end. Like an enhanced risk is typically where we're starting to talk about significant severe weather being on the table, and then a moderate risk is really high up. That's when you're starting to talk about outbreak level. Chase is planned. I just showed Lucky stuff that I'm getting ready. I've got a tripod in the car, and I've got to figure out how to get that stable. And I'll either put my camera on it, which I've got to the left of me, or I'll put stream on it, one or the other. But we will be live streaming our storm chase tomorrow, thankfully. I plan to be live for 10 hours tomorrow chasing around North Carolina. So make sure you tune into that. We'll probably start up, I just assume roughly about, I'm kind of thinking 10 a.m. I'm really thinking 10 a.m. That's the plan. The plan right now, I'll give you the plan. Start up a stream at 10 a.m. Start up a live stream 10 a.m. here on this channel at 10 a.m. Then we go over to Central North Carolina. Hopefully Lucky picks up food. And then me and Lucky meet away from his house and away from where he is. And then he starts up his live stream, and we chill for a little bit, look at the risk, and see what's happening from there. And hopefully me and Lucky will be together about noon. You think that's reasonable, Lucky?
Yeah, I'd say 12:30 is when we'll be.
The good news is this risk has trended west, so that gives us plenty of time. Me and Lucky were thinking, wake up. I have to wake up at 9 a.m. I have to be at his house at 11:30. He gets right into his car, and we both go chase in Central NC because Storm's already there. But it looks like we should have a good hour, or so to just chill in Central
And set
NC.
up.
Yep. Storm shouldn't be in Greensboro until about 1-2 p.m. So that should give us enough leeway to kind of gather our bearings and see how big of a bust the risk may be. I mean, how much of a risk it may be. Sorry. So, yeah, this is today's risk. We've got an enhanced risk for severe weather, level 3 out of 5 there across Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, all portions of all those states under that level 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather today. And then we do have a tornado risk. Now, something that has changed, you literally saw me react to it live as I was filming the video earlier this morning at 9 a.m. We actually were getting an uptrend actively as I was filming that video. And confidence has increased in the potential for prefrontal supercells across Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee because our cold front has slowed down, allowing for what will likely be a better environment across those areas. So I do think today should be a 10 double sig. I don't think it should be a 15%, but I do think it should be a 10 double sig because we do have a conditional long-tracked intense tornado threat today that could produce an EF3 plus tornado if a supercell can plant itself ahead of the line. But it is conditional, which is why I don't think it should be a moderate for tornadoes. But I do think it should be a moderate for wind. I would not disagree if the SPC double hatches that pink area you see here. I do think we could have wind gusts upwards of 90 miles per hour today. So I really do think today is a moderate risk caliber event for damaging winds. And then we do have hail. Hail is like the off-brand thing. It's like, could have some hailstones. Really what we're focusing on is the 90 to 95 mile an hour winds, multiple tornadoes, multiple strong tornadoes, one long-tracked intense tornado, and then hail is kind of just there. Not really worried about hail. Tomorrow, hail is an issue. We are a bit worried about hail for tomorrow because we do think we could see large hailstones up to 2.5 inches in diameter in the hatched area from Central NC down to Georgia, Florida. The tornado risk is a significant concern. I wouldn't even rule out, I'm going on a limb here, Lucky knows what I'm about to say, brace for it. I wouldn't rule out a 30% tour. I would not rule out a 30% SIG 1 tour for QLCS spam tomorrow across North Carolina. I would not be shocked if we wake up to a 30% tornado risk across Central NC With the type of forcing that we have mixed with the uptrends that we are seeing, I would not be shocked with a 30 sig one across central North Carolina. That would not surprise me. Brace for it. I would not be shocked with a high risk for damaging winds tomorrow. I do think there is the opportunity for a 60% double sig wind risk across North Carolina and South Carolina. So I do think we could have a high risk for severe weather across Virginia, North Carolina, and maybe even into South Carolina tomorrow. And I do think we could get a 30% sig tour as well. So I would definitely be extremely weather aware tomorrow in North Carolina. We are looking at potentially one of the biggest outbreak days that we have seen since 2011 out in this area. But there is definitely some uncertainties. There's some things that I'm a little bit iffy about. I want to see kind of come to fruition and make sure everything's coming together. So I don't think we'll wake up to a high risk, but it wouldn't shock me if we do. There's a few things I want to look at morning of. Tomorrow morning, I want to see where that cold front is placed. I want to make sure it is over the Appalachians at 9 a.m. I want to make sure dew points are going well into central Virginia. I want to make sure we've got a widespread 500 to isolated 1,000 cape at 9 to 10 a.m. I want to make sure there's not too much over convection and there's not too much cloud cover. All those things are very easy to achieve. There is a very high chance we get all those things to achieve tomorrow. And if all those do come to fruition, we very easily could be seeing a high-risk caliber event tomorrow for damaging winds. Now, tomorrow for tornadoes, the big thing is spin-up tornadoes. We're not looking at violent, long-tracked EF4 tornadoes tomorrow. We are looking at an absurd amount of EF0 and EF1 tornadoes, maybe a few EF2, and maybe if we can get that discrete supercell in front of the line near Raleigh or northeast of Raleigh, somewhere in this area in here, if we could get that discrete supercell in front of the line, maybe a long-tracked intense tornado can't be fully ruled out. But we're really looking at a big-time QLCS spam tornado event. Not a violent, destructive tornado outbreak. It's a big wind outbreak with a bunch of weak tornadoes is what I'm thinking. Oh my goodness, you guys are spamming the 16ZH Lord have mercy, I'll look at it. We'll go right over to that. I haven't looked at this. I imagine with all that talk in the chat, it's probably going to be a lot of supercells. Wow, that front is far west. Oh, Lord have mercy, that thing is far. Look at the difference between the two. It's like two completely different risks between this risk and this one. I can't pull it back anymore. Here, let me, I got to compare that a little bit better. Let's pull this out. Here we go. 16Z. Why are you not comparing? Okay, fine. We'll do this. There you go. Let's look at the difference. So there's yesterday's run and today's run. You can see the west trend. That was way too weird. I'm like, what's going on? It shouldn't be east. It should be west. A big west shift and a big northwest shift. And one of the people I follow on Twitter pointed out the warm sector itself is significantly wider on these newer model runs. Like, look at the comparison here. Your 60 dew points are like right in here, right? This is your 60 dew points roughly on yesterday's run. Actually, that's this morning's run, by the way. That's not even yesterday's run. That's this morning's run. And then look at the newer run. Look how much further north they are. Look at that. We're talking about significantly more north with those 60 dew points. Way more, maybe even into Kansas. Maybe into Kansas. And this is like the last 10 hours of model runs here. So this is a relatively day of uptrend. Not something that we see all that often. Yes, we do see it, but it's not all that common to see a day of uptrend. Typically, we're talking about downtrends day of. That's really what it seems to be. Downtrends are more of a common thing. And even on this newer run, even on the newest run, look at southeastern Oklahoma. See those dew points? This is literally a comparison between 15 and 16Z. Literally on the newest run, it even looks significantly better in eastern Oklahoma.
All right, sir.
Whoa, hi.
My bad. Um,
You
so
gonna
yeah, I gotta
go?
go.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll be
talk to
back here
you. I'll probably still be live. What, you're gonna be back at 3?
around 3. Yeah, or honestly,
If you're not
yeah.
later than 4, I'll probably still be live.
Oh no, I'll be back way before 4. I might even be back before 3. I might, but I'm gonna get some of my work done.
Yeah. Um, Also, make sure that you're getting ready for the chase tomorrow. The last thing you
Yeah, no,
want to do is not be ready. Make sure that drone is charged too.
I'm actually about to plug it in right now. I have it in my hand, so I'm gonna go charge that. I'm gonna charge the battery tomorrow while I'm in school. That's what I'm gonna do. Not the battery, the remote, because that thing does not take long.
I don't know. The RRFSA guys literally has like April 14th all over again. Not April, March
But oh yeah,
14th. March 14th all
I,
over again. It's crazy. All right, bye. See you later.
wait, hold on, bro.
I left the call.
Never mind. I give up.
No, no, no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, yo. I know we're here for a long time, but whatever. Um,
Buddy, you're not dying. Move
I'll,
it.
I'll be back. I'll be back later. And if I'm not back later, you'll definitely see me tomorrow. And
All right,
yeah,
bye,
big
bud.
days today and
Bye,
tomorrow.
bye. You could come back and yeah.
Whatever, bro. Bye.
He's got to go, y'all. That's the only reason why I did that is because he has to go. His parents are going to get mad at him, and I know it because it happened last time he stayed, and he just stayed in call on mute. I promise, I'm not trying to be rude to him. I know it sounded like it, but I'm not trying to. But the sooner he leaves, the sooner he gets back. So I know. Don't worry. He's fine. But yeah, this is the RRFSA, which I don't think it's going to happen at all. I don't think it's going to happen. Just straightforward, not going to happen. Even if that did happen, like, yes, the positioning, like I said, it kind of has like March 14th and April 2nd type of vibes. But even if that did occur, we're probably not looking at much of a volatile environment here. Let's see, 7 p.m., 8 frames in advanced. That's where you realize it low key is kind of a good environment. But yeah, that lower level wind shear is going to be a limiting factor. So definitely would be a good tornado threat. Definitely would be a really good tornado threat. The good news is though it clusters up relatively quick. But this is the new HRRR here. And it's very sloppy. It does have prefrontals for sure, so I do think we're going to end up with a couple tornadoes today. Likely at least 1 or 2 strong, and probably going to end up with a long tracked intense one. But I highly doubt we'll see a scenario like the RRFSA showing multiple prefrontal discrete supercells. I highly doubt that will be the case. So we'll continue to watch it very closely and see how things evolve. But definitely we have for sure uptrended more with that tornado threat on the border of Arkansas, Tennessee, and Mississippi. And then I want to see the rest of this run here. Oh, I don't want to see that. I want to see the dew points. Even that's a west trend. Yeah, see, yesterday was the big west trend. Look at the difference between those two. Huge west shift. And then ever since then, the HRRR has been at least better in alignment. I still wouldn't fully agree with the HRRR for tomorrow. I still think it is underdoing tomorrow's event, mainly because I still think the cold front is a little bit too fast. So I still don't fully agree with the HRRR for tomorrow. So yeah, make sure you're hyperweather aware today for sure. If we take a look here, and just go through everything. I mean, the Cape is, let's go to mesoanalysis. Because Cape is already extraordinarily high, according to that. Yeah, we are already at 2,000 Cape, which is in my opinion, it is extraordinarily high for today, because if you take a look at yesterday's runs, here's yesterday's run, and we go out here, you can see by this time, which is 17Z, which I think, is this the model run? No, this is it. Yeah, there you go. That's the model run. You could see it still had 1,000 to 1,500. It's still at 1,000 to 1,500 out here in Oklahoma. And then it did increase with time, but it really wasn't that impressive an environment on the runs from yesterday. And then compared to today, yeah, significantly better. You already have a favorable environment. If we take a look at, yeah, your 60 dew points already getting up into southeastern Oklahoma. So I don't think storms will fire in the next few hours. I think this stuff's going to wait until central Arkansas to get going. So I wouldn't expect much severe weather till after 5. Let me see. Yeah, the RRFSA is definitely going ham on on Twitter right now. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't see that happening. I think today is going to be sloppy. I do think we'll see a few strong tornadoes and maybe an intense long track tornado, but I don't expect an intense tornado outbreak like what the RRFSA has. I do think tomorrow will go wind driven high. I think we have a very real chance to increase the tor threat to 30%, and I think we have a very real chance to see a SIG 2 in North Carolina. But I think the SBC, and I hope if they do pull it, they wait till 1630Z, because there's definitely some things I would love to work out first. I would not be pulling a day 2 high risk and no matter what the setup looks like, I would never pull a day 2 high risk for North Carolina and Virginia. But the biggest thing I want to work out here is there's uncertainty if we go ahead and pull this forward. There's uncertainty on what's going to happen with this stuff up here and how that could affect the open warm sector, because if we pull forward here, you could see this gap in the instability all back in here. Whereas if we go to the older run right here, you could see how it's more of just a diagonal line almost. So what that would allow for, I'm getting to it. What that would allow for is it would allow for a decreased severe threat there. But that's not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned with this bulge. I was talking to somebody, one of my friends on Twitter, about this yesterday. This dry line bulge here would set up essentially almost, I would say almost kind of like a boundary almost, where you would have storms just ride that. Storms would ride that that front up to the northeast, just right in here, and they would move very rapidly and be very, very intense. And if you pull this out, you can see that's exactly where the HRRR has the biggest threat for severe weather being. So it would be kind of almost like, I don't think it actually is a boundary. I suppose it might be, what does the WPC have? I wonder if the WPC, if they're going with kind of that bulge there. It's a secondary low. That's what it is. It's a secondary low. It's a low pressure that is formed here, and it has a secondary cold front, and this is a warm front cold front into the primary low back up here into Canada. So that is a secondary low. That would significantly increase the tornado threat tomorrow. We got an MCD out for central and eastern Missouri and southwestern Illinois. which I do think those storms are going to fire first before the storms really pop off into Arkansas. Those storms are likely going to start popping off quicker. Let's see. Tornado watch will likely be issued in the next 2 hours. 65 to 80 mile an hour winds, 1 to 1.75 inch hail, a few tornadoes, maybe one strong. I'll show you that MD when it pops on the SBC site. So we're going to have to watch for that. A secondary low pressure forming, which the RAP has, HRRR has. Gracious day, almost even the GFS has it. You could still see that bulge right there. Even the HRRR or even the GFS has it there. The Euro, it's harder to see unless we go to dew points. Okay, the Euro does not have it. The Canadian does not have it either. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. If that does form, that would probably warrant a high risk. And see, we also got to watch for that morning convection too. See that? So there's a lot of scenarios that could happen tomorrow that will inhibit it from going to a high risk. But I do think it is a possibility for tomorrow, depending on how we look at noon. But yeah, let's go to the Storm Prediction Center mesoscale discussion. A mix of worried. I'm very excited for tomorrow because I get a storm chase, but it's definitely the type of risk where I have severely considered not storm chasing tomorrow because of how high end of a risk it is. But I'll have lucky, which, you know, that eases some of the risk for sure. And yeah, but a mix of both. Because my family, I'm not only lucky, who we consider family, but also I have other family too that is in the moderate risk in central North Carolina. A lot of people I know are in that moderate for tomorrow. And if we do get a high risk, a lot of them would be in that high risk too. Waiting for that mesoscale discussion to pop in here from the Storm Prediction Center. But you can see it's just a blank page. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to go to here, and I'm going to try to get the link for it. And that should work. Oh, nope, it's still not out. So we'll wait for the SPC. But yeah, let's go further up north here. These are the storms I expect to fire first. But you can see the HRRR is very sloppy with that. Some models are sloppy, others are not as sloppy. Like the NAM3K may be less sloppy. Yeah, that's a little bit less sloppy with that northern risk, but it's still not the best. The RRFSA is on its own with that northern risk being a problem here in 2 hours. Actually, the RRFSA is dead wrong, is it not? Yeah. Because it has a lot of storms, strong to maybe even severe storms firing in the next 1 to 2 hours here. I mean, it's not wrong. It's just maybe a little bit overdoing the intensity of these storms, because you could see we're starting to get some strong storms in Oklahoma with some lightning. But these are still very scattered and messy. Nope, I don't think a violent tour is possible tomorrow. I don't. There she is. There you go. If you're in that area, likely going to see a tornado watch. And that's not as far north as I thought. We should see a tornado watch there. I'd be pretty surprised if we don't get a tornado watch in this area. Woefus! Woefus. Woefus. Ah, March 15th. How you doing? It's the first one, too. Woefus is now rendering in. Wolfus. Let's go. I wonder if one of these, do these go all the way out? Like, I wonder if these... No, they typically go about 6 hours is typically what they go. I was wondering if maybe there was one that goes out like, 24 hours. Possibly sneak into tomorrow. So we'll check back with Wofus in a bit, as that's going to take a hot minute to render. I also want to go check cloud cover real quick. Ooh. Ew. That is not the look of a intense tornado day. That is for sure. A heck load of lower level clouds too. Look at that. You've got lower level clouds that are like stuck in Arkansas. Those high level clouds you could see move through relatively with ease, but you've got lower level clouds that are just stuck in Arkansas. I don't know about that. That should really help with overconvection being a problem, because that will allow for not a lot of instability and not a lot of lapse rates. So storms that do fire probably aren't going to be able to maintain themselves about it. They're not going to be able to maintain very well, which is why we shouldn't see really any severe storms until 4 or later, the next 2-3 hours. Good point there. Mississippi, Alabama is clear. This area where the prefrontals could be, that area is clear. Good spot on that. Arkansas, not so much, but far eastern Arkansas, closer to where that closer to where the 45 wind risk is, that is more clear. So that is definitely going to help inhibit the severe threat for the next 2, maybe 3 hours. But once storms get into eastern Arkansas, especially Jonesboro pointing east, that's where they should do a lot better. Another MD. Far eastern Oklahoma, northeastern Texas, and northwestern Louisiana. So this should be out here. I don't see where it is yet, but it should be out in that area. Yeah, we should also get a day 2 outlook any second. Yep, there's your day 2 outlook. They've expanded the enhanced into Florida. They've expanded the enhanced further into Pennsylvania, barely further into Pennsylvania. Moderate looks unchanged. Moderate looks relatively unchanged. Which we didn't expect them to go day 2 high right now. I never thought that was going to happen. 15 sig Tor still in place. Hail probabilities were expanded slightly to the east, it looks like, for tomorrow. And wind probabilities look the same. But I haven't seen any of the sig. I can only see the probabilities, not the sig risks. Here's the discussion. No changes have been made to the ongoing level 4 risk, with some expansion of the level 3 enhanced in Georgia, as well as some expansion of the level 1 and 2 marginal and slight across New York and Florida. Let's see. I'm just skimming through this. An extensive QLCS from portions of western New York and Pennsylvania through western Virginia and NC towards midday and early afternoon. Embedded supercell structures will be most pronounced further south, where breaks in the QLCS are more probable. Some of these could be long-tracked, sporadic, strong tornadoes, in addition to the background widespread damaging wind threat anticipated with the QLCS. This activity will eventually interact with cool air near the coastal Atlantic coastline, which should result in waning of severe weather near sunset. That was very strong wording. I'll read that again. Embedded supercell structures most pronounced on the southern side of the risk, where breaks in the QLCS are more probable. Some of these could be long tracked and sporadic strong tornadoes. Long tracked, sporadic strong tornadoes. I shall send that to Lucky. That is definitely higher end wording. And embedded in the QLCS, by the way. Okay, I'm dead. No. Just be weather aware, you'll be fine. That's the biggest thing. Your chances of survival in these risks go up by an absurd amount if you're simply weather aware. That literally, if you are simply just weather aware and paying attention to the weather, your risk of survival goes up tremendously. But if anybody here is watching in a trailer home in NC or Virginia in this area, in this orange and red area, I would recommend trying to find sturdier structure for tomorrow. I would recommend staying in a hotel tomorrow if possible, or with family and friends, because trailer homes are not going to survive the damaging winds we're talking about tomorrow. Even if you don't get hit by a tornado, the problem is, this is the problem. The tornadoes are going to be a problem, but they're not going to be a widespread issue. We do have a chance for a couple tornadoes over a relatively large area, but the problem is the widespread damaging wind threat tomorrow. That's the issue. Everybody in this risk will likely end up seeing 50 plus mile-an-hour winds in this entire orange and red area, and many of you will likely end up seeing 60 to 75 mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then specifically back out here in the darker red area from Maryland to North Carolina, back into northern South Carolina, that's where we could see a few wind gusts of 80 to 95 miles per hour. And there's no way a trailer home is going to be surviving that. There's no way a trailer home is going to be surviving upwards of 95 mile-an-hour winds. And these will be relatively fast-moving storms too. So like once these storms get going, they're going to be moving at 60 miles an hour, which is going to be very difficult to stay ahead of. So that's why I'm very worried about chasing tomorrow too. If we just do basic math here from this storm, that's about 42 miles per hour. So that's probably the slower end. I hope that happens. I hope they're moving at 40 miles an hour. That will be much easier to follow along with than 60. When storms are moving at 60 miles an hour in North Carolina, it is very difficult to keep up with them. Let's go see if the outlook is fully out yet. Okay, still 15 sig 1 Tor. Those wind props do look different. It looks like they disexpanded the west side of that. I think they did, didn't they? Yeah, they took off the west side of that sig wind risk. So this is the old outlook. This is the old outlook here. And this is the new outlook. They did make some pretty good changes. They removed the 45% wind risk from the coastal areas of North Carolina and Virginia. And they removed the sig risk from, I think that's like much of the northern risk area removed from that significant risk. Much of this region's been removed from that significant damaging wind risk, as well as the extreme western portions of it too. It looks like they shrunk that west side too. Yeah, I have snuck. I am barely inside of that 45% wind risk. My house is barely in that 45 sig. Actually, I don't know if it's in a sig. I'm barely outside of the sig. I'm in the 45% wind risk. Non-sig. And the hail risk, like I said, I think they expanded that a little bit to the northeast. Slightly to the northeast. And then the tornado risk, I don't really see any major changes there. I don't see any major changes to the tor risk. So it looks like just some little expansion to the south, sig risk disexpansions from the north and the west, and a removal of the 45% wind risk in coastal NC and Virginia. So definitely made some few changes. Definitely made some few changes there. And that's the old outlook. I'm not going to show you guys that again because that is old. Holy crap. Listen to this. Just above the surface, southerly 850 millibar winds, which is your lower level jet, will increase from 50 to, get this, 75 knot lower level jet, resulting in extreme shear profiles over a large area, resulting in potentially widespread severe weather during the afternoon across much of the risk area. 50 to 75 knots. Gracious day. That thing is going to be cranking tomorrow. Yep, there you go. Look at that. Now, this is in miles per hour. So at first, it starts at roughly 50 knots, which, remember, anything above 35 is sufficient for strong tornadoes. So 40, 50 knots is plenty. But then as you get into your late afternoon hours, into your evening hours, that's when it cranks up significantly. So there should be a perfect time frame. This model run has like a perfect time frame between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. where your CAPE is the highest and your wind shear is increasing. And that is when your peak severe threat is going to occur. And it depends where the cold front is from there. I want to take a look at the sub-hourly HRRR for today. So this is our newest HRRR. And you can see it has intensification of these thunderstorms primarily at 3 p.m. Eastern. And they're relatively slow to intensify. They are not rapidly intensifying until you get to 5 o'clock. And then look at this, 5 o'clock. You've definitely got some supercells here capable of producing tornadoes out in front of that cold front. You definitely have an issue with that. And then your line doesn't get going until 8 o'clock. And even at 8 o'clock, prefrontal mayhem in Mississippi. And even your QLCS is still separated like what it will be yet for tomorrow. Tomorrow will likely be a separated QLCS too. But your line starts to form more as you get after dark. So definitely seeing an active uptrend in today's risk. And this is for 6 a.m. tomorrow, which is relatively far to the west. But definitely going to want to watch for any prefrontal storms early in the morning. Those prefrontal storms could pose an all hazards threat. But what more importantly they could do is they could use the environment. They could use the environment that tomorrow has and actually decrease it, because these would be storms that take up the environment, and then the main line would come in and not have as good of ingredients. I don't know, V. I really don't know about your area. I think overconvection is going to save you from a notable event today. You just need to stay hyper weather aware. I think the main risk is going to stay down to your south for sure. It's just a matter of how much overconvection we see on the north side, and I'm just unsure about that. Overconvection is the number one issue for today. I'd say that is the number one issue for today, and if anybody's got a chance for overconvection to underperform their risk, it's going to be the northern risk in Illinois and Indiana. Let's see here. See how Wolfus is looking. Okay. That's about 2 hours in the future. And Wofus isn't really confident in much stuff happening until near 4 o'clock either. So I think we're perfectly fine for the next hour and a half. So if you haven't finished your preparations yet for today, and you're in the risk areas here across Missouri and Arkansas, I still think you have another hour and a half before anything notable starts to form. Mid Tennessee, be ready for widespread 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour, hail up to an inch, inch and a half in diameter, and multiple spin up tornadoes, maybe one strong. Now, that strong tornado has a very, very slim chance, an extremely slim chance of actually hitting your house in central Tennessee. But we'll most likely see a strong tornado or two somewhere in central Tennessee late tonight. And unfortunately, you are looking at an overnight threat. In Henderson, Kentucky, I think that's West Kentucky. Let's see here. Northwest Kentucky, yeah, you're the same hazards except sooner. Except a little bit sooner, but you're relatively the same hazards there. St. Louis is a lower hazards threat. I don't think you guys will see anything notable today. I do think you have a chance for 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust, a spin up weak tornado, and 1-inch hail, but I don't think anything will be significant. If you do get something significant, it may be damaging winds, but I wouldn't expect that. I think the worst will stay to your southeast. Southeast Kentucky won't get anything too horrible, just overnight damaging winds possible, but nothing terrible. Cincinnati, you're relatively in the same boat. I think overconvection will save you guys from a good event. Look at all this overconvection. So instead of it being like a straight line, you just end up with a bunch of rain. But I wouldn't rule out an embedded 60 mile an hour wind gust and embedded brief tornado in that. Jonesboro, Arkansas. That is a tough one. That is a tough one. Because you're right on the edge of that prefrontal stuff. I would be, yeah, they have you in the 10 sig tour. I think you are in one of the greatest threats for tornadoes today. That is the area I would be watching for strong tornadoes, is from roughly Jonesboro, Boot Hill of Missouri, into western Kentucky, then into Tennessee. This is where I'm watching the most for tornadoes. And then if we do have an intense tornado, I would be watching up in here for an intense tornado. I think eastern Arkansas would be in that main risk for EF3, potentially EF3 tornadoes. Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking at the cold front right now because I'm trying to see how wrong the HRRR is. I still don't think the HRRR has a hold on today's event or tomorrow's event. I think it is almost there. This 17Z run that starts in about 5 minutes, I think will have a good hold on today's event. So we'll watch that closely. Do you think a derecho is... Who's that? Oh, that's a weather update. Hold on. Squall line tomorrow with a tornado risk, destructive winds. I'm cooked. No, this is nowhere close to the... Now who? Thunderstorms expected later tonight. I like how both of my weather apps went off at the same time. What are the chances about that? But no, this isn't close to the most people we've had in a live stream. But if you guys haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I'll be chasing a moderate risk tomorrow. First ever moderate risk chase. So make sure you subscribe. I've got a tripod set up, hopefully for the live stream, if I can get that good later on this evening or tonight, and I can get a much more stable camera for you guys that won't be shaking anywhere and it won't have a risk of falling over. So I'm hoping to do that. That will be awesome if I can get that done. I wonder if I can remove the center console from my car. I might try to investigate that. Because if I could do that, then the tripod could be in the center instead of on the passenger side. But make sure you subscribe to the channel for that, because that will be awesome. I hope we don't have too much connectivity issues tomorrow, but we probably will. But a derecho being possible tomorrow, I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think so is I don't think it will be able to track far enough. Let's just assume that this is going to end up being the high-end event, which would be the derecho starting in northeastern Georgia and then ending in just before the coastal areas. That's about 450 miles. That would barely reach derecho criteria. And it would have to be severe along that line, too. So, a derecho, that's tricky. I feel like we're looking at more of a QLCS threat for tomorrow, less of a full-blown derecho. Yeah, these storms are starting to intensify, so we might get a tornado watch here relatively soon. I still think it'll be another hour, though, before we get anything good going. But if we take a look at our MCD, this is our mesoscale discussions. Both of these areas, if you're in the red area, either one of these red areas, you'll likely be put in a tornado watch within the next 2 hours. If you're in either one of those red areas. That goes all the way from Jacksonville, Illinois, through St. Louis, all the way to Springfield, Missouri, back into Fayetteville, Arkansas, Fort Smith, Arkansas, all the way down to Tyler, Texas, back into Shreveport, Louisiana, barely west of Monroe, Louisiana, back into Pine Bluff, Arkansas, all the way up through probably Jonesboro. Jonesboro may be in or out by one, but either way, Jonesboro, you're going to be very close to a high-end watch. This will not be our main watch. I don't think... I know this won't be our main watch. I know this will not be our main watch. And I would not rule out a PDS tornado watch later on today if uptrends continue to occur. And if not a PDS tornado watch, a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. If we don't get either one of those, then a very high-end tornado watch. Any of those are on the table. High-end tornado watch, PDS tornado watch, or PDS severe watch. I think a PDS tornado watch is the least likely of them all, but it is a very real possibility. A little surprised we didn't get an upgrade to a 15 sig Tor, though, with all the uptrends that have been happening. A little bit surprised about that. Honestly. So WOFIS is continuing to render, which if you don't know what that is, basically it is like a model run that is made to be used day of. So normally our model runs are going to be pretty inaccurate day of. They're not going to be the best at predicting things day of. But WOFIS is literally created and runs off of model data. And it creates a very accurate model depiction. And it gives you 18 different scenarios. So it takes a bunch of atmospheric conditions, a bunch of different possibilities, and it puts them all out on a simulated reflectivity. And you can look through them all. Really, I don't know what watch is going to be issued, honestly. This is definitely one of those days where it's like anything can happen type day. Because we've got a 45 sig wind, so it wouldn't shock me if we get a PDS severe watch that also includes high-end tornado probs. The reason why I don't think we'll see a PDS severe watch is because that tornado threat is very, very, very real. So I think we'll end up with a high-end tornado watch is most likely what we'll see. And it may be just a couple probs off of PDS. Like the other day, we were at a 7060 tornado watch, which is 10% off for the first Tor prob and 20% off for the second prob. So either way, we're looking at a high-end watch no matter what. And either way, the first two watches that we see, these two, so y'all who end up in a watch here and those who end up in a watch here, these two are going to be the lower end watches. The main watches will be the ones issued after these two. These two are for storms that may strengthen through the afternoon and could pose a tornado threat towards the end of their watch lifespan as they go into like St. Louis in this area and in this area. That's where your threat will be highest in both of these watches. And then we'll get the new main watches. And we should get, again, both of those areas should be in a tornado watch here in about before 2 hours. Before 4 p.m. Eastern. I don't really know. I think a moderate over Memphis is... I don't know about a moderate for tornadoes, but... At least a 15 sig 1. Honestly, I think a moderate for tornadoes would be... I think that's a very real possibility, but... if they do pull it, I mean, they're going to have enough time to pull it because the next update is at 20Z, which is 4 p.m. That's in 2 hours, so they'll have time to pull that. They'll have time to pull that if they need to. There's no tornado watches yet, but we're going to get at least 3 or 4 tornado watches today. At least. Probably more than that. Honestly, we probably won't be stopped. We probably won't stop getting tornado watches. Like, if we look at our outlook, we go to tornado probs, we'll probably see, our 2 tornado watches here. One back here, one back here. We'll probably see our main 2 tornado watches. Another one in here. Another one in here. We'll probably see another tornado watch or 2 in here. And then tomorrow, we'll probably see another tornado watch down here and another tornado watch up here. So we'll probably never stop with tornado watches, honestly. We may go like a full 30 hours with a tornado watch being active the entire time for some portion of the U.S. When these watches start, I don't think they'll stop until tomorrow night. Moderate risks are not very common, but it just kind of feels like we're getting moderates more common because of how well we're able to predict things and how well we're able to forecast now. They were way more common back in the day. They're actually less common now. It just may feel like they're more common because you're able to see them on all these weather softwares, and on the model runs you're able to predict, if something may be able to become a moderate. So it may just feel like moderates are more common or more common. I wonder if we do see a moderate risk, I'm sure it will be a MCD. We'll probably end up with an MCD. Remember the other severe weather event? We had an MCD for an upgrade to moderate, which is why I didn't expect to see a moderate at the 1630Z update, because we didn't get an MCD. When will these storms weaken? They will weaken for a brief moment. They'll weaken for a brief moment. They will. Tomorrow morning, they'll weaken for a brief moment. But we're really not looking at like a complete inactive phase. Once these storms start going severe, they may not stop. So, and you see, they'll start popping off probably about 3 p.m. 4 p.m. They'll start popping off in Arkansas, and they will weaken between 3 and 5 a.m. We'll see storms weaken here in Kentucky and Tennessee. However, these storms will continue to be a problem down in here in the overnight hours. And by the time these storms end up weakening, we'll likely see a strengthening of these storms back up here in Virginia and North Carolina and South Carolina tomorrow. So we're not really looking at a full stop of severe weather until tomorrow night at like midnight or 11 p.m. 10, 11 p.m. tomorrow is when these storms will really not become a problem anymore for anybody. I'm not a degreed meteorologist. I'm self-taught, but I have now 6 years of experience with weather, which is not as much as others, but I do study it. Myself. I've got a college book and everything, but I haven't gone to college to get a degree yet. And I may never, because I don't really want to deal with all the I don't really want to deal with all the calculus. I'm not too much of a fan of calculus. We got a new HRRR rendering in here. And I mean, these storms are starting to pop off pretty good already. The HRRR is definitely underdoing the intensity of these storms, because these are already starting to get lightning activity with them, heavy rain with them, and even some velocities. So these are... Do they have special weather statements out yet? I don't have those enabled because it can clutter up my... They do. They already have a strong storm, so a special weather statement makes it a strong storm. A severe thunderstorm warning makes it severe. So they already have a special weather statement out for this storm here in Warner, Oklahoma. So HRRR is not doing very well with that, which is to be expected because it's the HRRR. Like, look how weak it thinks these storms are right now. This is what the model thinks storms look like. That is what they actually look like. Huge difference. They are already way stronger. And even back up here into Missouri, even central Missouri, southern Missouri, it's still dead wrong with. And you can see, I think overconvection is going to be our biggest underperformance factor for today. If that might be what is keeping the SPC from issuing a higher tornado risk. New mesoanalysis in about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes, we'll get a new mesoanalysis, which, if you guys don't know, is it combines... Some of them are surface observations, and other is kind of like simulated observations, almost. Simulated conditions is what I should say. Simulated observations make no sense. So, like, for this is your mesoanalysis. These are observed, but like surface-based instability, I believe these are partially observed and like partially simulated on the model run. I don't think it's confirmed instability unless you get a weather balloon, which is, if you go... Actually, I can't show you because it's not going to go back. We do have weather balloons here too, but it's way more accurate. Mesoanalysis is significantly more accurate than any model run because it uses a combination of real-time data and simulated data from the RAP model. So it is way more accurate than any model run will ever be because it's trying its best to simulate real-time conditions. Which it does screw up sometimes. We've seen it mess up pretty poorly in some areas for sure. But it's definitely, for storm chasers, it is like a top 3 tool for most important things to use. Because it's got your visible satellite, it's got your surface observations, your pressures, your CAPE, your wind shear, it's got the whole shebang. Which actually, the new meso is coming in right now. It's coming in right now. Look at that. This is the new HRRR. And you can see there's a lot of overconvection in here. But any storms that can become more discrete or a little less clustered like these in here, those would be able to produce potentially long tracked strong tornadoes today. And look at that uptrend in the model, man. Huge, huge difference. Huge difference. Huge difference in the environment. This has 3 to 4 supercell composite, and the newest one has like 7 to 9, 7 to 10 supercell composite. Which basically, the higher the number, the more favorable the environment is for tornadoes. So a 7 to 10 is way more favorable than a 3 or a 4. No tornadoes are actively happening, but we will likely see multiple tornadoes later today into the overnight hours and then much of the day tomorrow. I think it's like, I believe it's over 100 million people at risk for tornadoes. Today, there is over 61 million people under the risk for tornadoes today. Tomorrow, there's over 43 million people at risk for tornadoes. So we have just over 100 million people at risk for tornadoes over the next 30 hours. Yeah, Sam, that's what's causing the uptrend and everything. Everything's uptrending because the cold front has slowed down, which we predicted yesterday. Proud to say we predicted that yesterday. Me and Lucky both said, I don't think this front could go any faster, so either it's going to stay the same or slow down. Let me show you the WOFUS, since it's now fully rendered. So again, this is basically like it's basically like a model run that is made for using day of. You can see eastern Arkansas right in here, northern Mississippi, western Tennessee, southern Boot Hill of Missouri. If we just pull this on out, this is one of the 18 scenarios here. And look at all that. This is at 23Z, which is 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. And look at all these supercells trying to form along the cold front and also in front of the cold front. Now we've got a second scenario, WOFUS scenario 2. A little bit more clustered, but still you have embedded supercells here along the cold front and even maybe ahead of the cold front. Now we've got scenario 3, which that turns things a lot more into a line, but even in that case, you can see a little rogue supercell down in here. So it looks like most of these are going to show embedded supercells or prefrontal supercells. Always be getting spam during live streams. WOFUS 4, quite a bit of semi-discrete supercells and clustered supercells up here in Arkansas and the Boot Hill of Missouri, and then maybe a few in the Mississippi, Arkansas. WOFUS 5, that has to be the most clustered. Right now, that one looks the least favorable for tornadoes. Still could see a strong tornado with one of those supercells that form in front of the line. WOFUS 6, definitely a big prefrontal there in eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, that one right there. So pretty much all of these will just rapid fire them. WOFUS 8, more prefrontals. WOFUS 9, that definitely would be a big wind threat, but less of a tornado threat. 10th, 11th WOFUS, random prefrontal in Tennessee for some odd reason. Yeah, most of these are going to show prefrontal storms, but I don't know if the coverage is wide enough and large enough for a 15 SIG 2 tornado risk by the SPC. Right now we have a 10% SIG 1, which means we're likely going to see a couple of EF2 tornadoes. If we get a 15% SIG 2, that means likely going to get a couple of EF2 to EF3 tornadoes. And I don't know if we've quite yet hit that high end of a threat. I don't know if the coverage is enough. But regardless, we do have a conditional intense tornado threat. Just all comes down to if we see those prefrontal storms fire and how messy they are. But like I said, right now storms are significantly stronger than modeled. That is for sure. Oh, it's rendering for the Midwest too. It doesn't go out as far, but you could see overconvection is a huge issue up here. Oh, you actually can't see that. I actually could not see that. Pull that down for you. Yeah, overconvection is a big issue further to the north, and a lot of those storms are not going to be strong enough to produce significant damaging winds. The best chance for severe weather further up north is the further south you go. Back down here into St. Louis, southern Illinois, southern Indiana. I think we'll have a moderate on the 4 p.m. update. That is a tough one. I could see it going anyway. I could see them barely increasing the probs for Tor, like increasing to 15 sig 1 or a 15 sig 2 or a 10 sig 2. The wind threat I could see staying the same or going up a bit. So I don't know. I don't know. It's very difficult. On their newest outlook, the only thing that maybe I could see changing is like a SIG 2 being added in here. I think that is the most likely scenario, is we get a 10% SIG 2 in here for the potential of an EF3 tornado. Or a few EF3 tornadoes. But they could go anyway. It wouldn't shock me if they don't change it, and it wouldn't shock me, really, if they add a moderate either. I really couldn't tell you. It's a hard thing to predict. But I can tell you it's definitely uptrended. That is for sure compared to yesterday when we were looking at today's threat. It's definitely significantly uptrended. However, the SPC, the SPC, I got to give them props. They really predicted the uptrend, because yesterday this was barely looking like a 5% tornado risk and barely looking like a damaging wind threat on most of our models, maybe other than the RRFSA. And then today, just everything uptrended with the cold front slowing down. So the SPC really essentially predicted the uptrend today because they already had that 45 significant wind risk out, and they already had the 10 significant tornado risk out. I don't think it's underperforming. I think it's performing as expected further up north. It depends what you compare it to. If you compare it to yesterday's model runs, is the current conditions overperforming from what we expected yesterday for today to be? Yes. But if you compare the current models to mesoanalysis, it's relatively the same. Tornadoes are very likely tomorrow in Maryland, especially if you are closer to DC or Baltimore. Actually, this is a little bit further in the west, my bad. Actually, if you're in DC or to the west, that's where they have the biggest risk. Really across much of Maryland, with the exception of extreme western Maryland. So anywhere between roughly Cumberland and all the way until you get to the border of Maryland and Delaware, with the most likely threat for tornadoes being from roughly Baltimore all the way till Berkeley Springs in the yellow. Yeah, stay over there. That's in Danville. That is a 20-minute drive. That is a 20-minute drive to that moderate. I am 20 to 30 minutes away from that moderate risk, y'all. And I am like 5 to 10 minutes away from that significant wind risk. Oh, another update. A wind advisory has been issued for your location. Well, that's fun. that is associated with behind the severe weather. After the severe weather passes tomorrow, I'll have damaging winds still being possible. Look at this. See that? The front passes and we calm down to, 25 knots. Oh, this is miles per hour. 25 miles per hour wind gusts. And then once we go into Tuesday morning, I'm right back up at like 35, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Might even be able to sneak in a snow squall east of the Appalachians. But the big snow squalls are going to be back here west of the Appalachians. That's where the big snow squalls will be. Tomorrow night. Do you think a tornado outbreak is possible tomorrow? Heck yeah. I think a tornado outbreak is possible today and tomorrow. Do I think a significant tornado outbreak is possible in terms of us seeing multiple strong tornadoes on either days? I don't find it likely. I think we will see a bunch of weak tornadoes and a few strong tornadoes on both days. Oh yeah, that was the wind advisory. Wow. Almost the entire National Weather Service in Blacksburg's jurisdiction is under a wind advisory. That stretches from as far south as their jurisdiction goes, just west of Winston and Sea, all the way up to well past Roanoke. Yeah, I don't see many people talking about a derecho being possible tomorrow because it would take a lot to get a derecho tomorrow. We would have to see severe storms very early. And they would have to maintain till the sun sets. Let's go to... I'm going to go to something different. Something we don't use too often. We're going to go to the SPC's HREF Ensemble Viewer. And we're going to try to find the updraft helicity tracks here. So this shows you, gracious day, this shows you where the most intense thunderstorms are likely. And man, does this ever paint a picture. Definitely paints a picture for eastern Arkansas, northwestern Mississippi, and even back into Louisiana too. I don't know if the SPC risk goes that far south. Yeah, they do have a 30 sig wind risk that far south, but I wonder if they may extend that even a little bit further to the south. Because that's a lot of updraft helicity tracks right there. And then we could go further into the overnight hours, and you can see a new hotspot pops up here in Georgia, Alabama, Florida, which is where they have that secondary 10 significant tornado risk at overnight tonight into tomorrow. And then really, I found this interesting. Not nearly as much of a signal for a significant outbreak across the mid-Atlantic. Not certain at all in that. Compared to today's wind risk and severe risk, we had that huge 10 to 90 percentile over Mississippi and Arkansas. And then back out here in the mid-Atlantic, it's very scattered. And then you also have your... This is a tornado risk probability that this puts out, a machine puts out here. You could see it uptrended. Yesterday it was showing a large 5% down in here. And now it's showing a much larger 5% and a 10% contour, which is relatively in line with the SPC. Definitely not exactly in line, but relatively in line. This is the ensemble mean for instability. Yeah, and it definitely shows pockets of 1,000 Kate being possible there, so maybe just the updrafts haven't fully caught up to the severe potential tomorrow, which would definitely not be a surprise. And the timing looks relatively slow too, so I think this may just be possibly underdoing on the updraft helicity tracks for tomorrow. It should catch up with the 00Z run, and if it doesn't, then I can start thinking and trying to find some more bust modes for tomorrow. Let's go back to our Wophus here. Let's go back to the Deep South. Yeah, the Wophus is doing a horrible job at initiating those storms across Arkansas right now. Let's go back to Arkansas. We've got our first severe. We have our first severe. So you should see that pop up at the bottom of the screen. So there's your first severe thunderstorm warning. It is in Missouri. Never trust Wophus until storm's fired. Well, they have fired, and it's still doing very bad with what's actually ongoing, which you can't see it off your screen, but Wophus is not very accurate right now. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning. It just popped up. All right, now I want to check one last thing on this HRRR run. No significant difference, just very little differences. And I also want to check the overconvection. Ooh. That is a lot less convection in Western NC. Look at the difference. But we're going to keep seeing that flip-flop. We're going to keep seeing that flip-flop. It's just what the HRRR does. But once again, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel with the notification bell set to all. I will be live through much of the day tomorrow, live streaming the moderate risk for severe weather, storm chasing it across central North Carolina. And hopefully staying ahead of the line. One can hope. And yeah, we'll like I said, we'll be live much of the day. And if you haven't already for this live stream, make sure you hit that like button, share the stream with your family, friends, social media, spread weather awareness about this very notable severe weather threat that is going to be ongoing today and tomorrow. And it really, really helps greatly. Like I said, just being here helps support the channel, and then anything you do after that is a great addition and helps support even more. Subscribing helps, liking helps, sharing helps significantly. The most important thing is definitely sharing the stream, so that way everyone that you know can be weather aware as well. I saw the Wophus one coming out, but I don't agree with it. It's getting very, very inaccurate. It doesn't show these storms firing just yet, which reminds me, actually, we should get a tornado watch pretty soon. We're already getting severe thunderstorms, so we should have a tornado watch out relatively soon. Little surprised we don't already have one. Yeah. So expect a tornado watch really soon, in probably the next 30 minutes here, since we're getting these storms to fire up early. Oops. Yeah, they're firing in the marginal risk, which that's typically what happens for severe weather events. Typically, you see storms fire in the marginal to slight, so they're not firing extraordinarily early, but compared to most of our model runs, they're firing pretty dang early. I mean, the NAM is underdoing the intensity, the HRRR is underdoing the intensity. Let's go to the RRFSA, which has been relatively accurate. Which we're actually getting a new one in right now. but we'll have to go to the old one. And you could see the old one, the old RRFSA, has actually not done too horrible. It's the only storm that actually, the only storm, it's the only model run that actually shows strong to severe storms forming right now. Which is not good news if the RRFSA is the only correct model run. Yeah. Those prefrontals definitely scary. Yep. You could see if you look here, this is for 2 p.m. If we look at the current radar, not horribly far off. Rockingham County or Rockingham City? Big difference. Rockingham County, one county to my south. Rockingham City, South Central NC. I'll probably try to start up at 10 for a live stream tomorrow, 10 a.m. I'm going to try to be live from 10 a.m. all the way till like 8 p.m. or something. Rockingham City, not good. Dead center, moderate risk for severe weather. That area is looking at a couple tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong being likely. Damaging winds, widespread, 60 to 75 mile an hour wind gust with multiple gusts likely approaching 80 to 85. And then we can't rule out a gust somewhere tomorrow in North Carolina, upwards of 95 miles an hour. So definitely, they're in your friend's in the main risk. In the main hail risk, in the main wind risk, and in the main tornado risk, and the main categorical risk overall. Because it looks quite likely right now, Ethan. It would not shock me at all if we get a high risk tomorrow. All we need is a SIG 2. That's it. All we need is a SIG upgrade and boom. We get a high risk. Yeah, if we take a look at the HRRR, which is not... It's not the most accurate, but you could see this brings embedded supercells right over Rockingham about 2 p.m. It is... A high risk is typically for like an ongoing derecho. Which definitely makes me more skeptical of a high risk happening. But I think the damaging wind event tomorrow is probably going to be worth a high risk. As long as the cold front doesn't speed up. If that cold front speeds up, there is no shot we get a high risk tomorrow. The problem is it's consistently slowed down ever since yesterday. It's consistently been slowing down. The only model run that I don't really like for tomorrow is the RRFSA. Because it looks like storms fire almost behind the front. That's the only model that I don't really like for tomorrow. But even in that scenario, we'd still end up with significant damaging winds. It's just that's the only one that I think is maybe a bit more of an outlier at the moment. But like I said, the RFSA has been fairly decent recently, so maybe it's the only one that is actually going to end up being correct tomorrow. Also, we did get an upgrade to this severe. It is now a TOR possible severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are in this area, this is Camdenton in southern Missouri. Yeah, so south central Missouri. Just north of Lebanon? Might be how you say it here in Missouri. I know it's different in states. But just make sure you're away from doors and windows. Stay very close to your safe spot just in case we end up with a tornado warning here. But surprised we still ain't got a tornado watch out. And we've got our first tour possible severe. Still no tornado watch. The panhandle, the western panhandle of Florida has a good chance for tornadoes. Really, if you're anywhere in the panhandle, if you're anywhere like right, actually even further south now, I forgot they updated that. Yeah, even all the way down to Gainesville. Really, this entire area of Florida has a chance for tornadoes overnight, tonight, into tomorrow. Further east you are, the later it is tomorrow. So if you're in Crestview, it's going to be very late tonight. If you're in Panama City, very early tomorrow morning. If you're in Lake City, Florida, tomorrow afternoon. If you're in Jacksonville, Florida, tomorrow evening, just before sunset. But if you're down towards like Tampa, you do have a small risk for tornadoes, but it's very low. Can I get a tornado watch in Piedmont? We will most likely get a tornado watch in Piedmont. It is near 100%. The reason why I'm so confident is because there's legit a 60 sig wind risk. But I'm also kind of thinking, I wonder if they don't go for a tornado watch, I wonder if they may go for a PDS severe watch. I just really hope I don't end up chasing in Central Virginia tomorrow. I hate the train in Central Virginia. I've never actually been towards this portion of Central Virginia over here. I don't know if anybody lives near this area. I've never been towards this portion of Virginia. I've been in Danville. I should circle that better. In this portion of Virginia, I've never been. But up here, it is atrocious. Once you get north of Martinsville, this is horrible to chase. So who knows? Maybe this area isn't too terrible. We might get into Virginia tomorrow. We might end up going from starting our chase at Greensboro, Durham, roughly in there, and then ending up towards Richmond. It wouldn't surprise me. I will be live storm chasing tomorrow. I will be able to live stream it, which I didn't think I would be able to, but I will. I'm sure we'll lose connection here and there, but I'm going to attempt to live stream the chase tomorrow. Thank you, Weather Warrior, for the $5 donation. What would you say is chance for a wind-driven high risk for tomorrow? 40-60. If you want like a prob on it. 60% stays moderate, 40% goes high. If you want like a prob on it. That's what I would roughly give it. But that's my opinion. There's no prob to it for the SPC. It's all up to them. Just based on the model runs and everything I've seen. Obviously, I have zero clue if they actually will go high or not, but that's just my opinion. Let's see. Oh yeah, we do got a tornado watch, by the way. Yeah, 50-20. Yeah. I completely agree with SPC on that. So if we do get tornadoes here in this watch area, most likely they'll be relatively weak and brief, but we can't rule out isolated strong tornado. Ethan, I don't even see Sig 2 potential tomorrow, really. I think today barely has it because of those prefrontals. Tomorrow, tomorrow, maybe if your front slows down a little bit more with the embedded QLCS stuff. That is like if this scenario were to happen, look at the difference. Sped up front, significantly slowed down front. This is not likely. This is most likely a completely overdone model run and is overdoing the event. This is underdoing it. I think we will see something in the middle, which is probably like the wrap or like the GFS. Something in between the HRRR and the NAM 3K. It's really never stopped uptrending for tomorrow, really. Yeah, I would be more in favor with broils. I don't think we're going to see prefrontals much, if at all, tomorrow. The only prefrontals we'll see is this slop. So if we do see an intense EF3 tornado, it would have to, in my opinion, I think it would have to be embedded inside of the QLCS. Unless we get a random supercell to fire somehow in barely ahead of the line. Is that another? Oh my goodness, it's another weather notification. Severe storms expected tomorrow. I've never had this many weather notifications before. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Fayetteville in northwestern Arkansas. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 38 minutes. So be away from doors and windows if you're in Fayetteville, Arkansas. That's a relatively populated area. That is quite a populated area. Oh, the RFSA. Forgot the 17Z's coming in. I got to go see how much that's changed. 42% in. Lord have mercy. It's definitely increased with the prefrontal threat. What the heck? What in the world? The good news is I don't think the environment further north than southwest Tennessee would be favorable. I only think these storms down in here would be favorable for strong to intense tornadoes. I think these further north are going to lose moisture and instability. I think that would be the main area on this run. Low-key does remind me of April 2nd. Not going to lie. Not so much the trough reminds me of March 14th, but the simulated reflectivity reminds me more of April 2nd. It's like if April 2nd and March 14th had a risk in between, but you took a little bit of the moisture away. You took a little bit of the moisture away and you went in between those two risks. It is definitely more of a Temu April 2nd. For sure. I don't think it will be anywhere close to March 14th or April 2nd's impact. I know, Ethan. We're I don't know if we're ever going to see something like March 14th again for a very, very long time. I mean, that was that probably was the most significant tornado outbreak I've ever tracked. That was absurd. I don't think we'll ever see something like that for a long time. Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of debate on Outbreak of the Decade, but I think it is so far. I did track March 31st, 2023, but the live streams were deleted. I deleted live streams prior to, was it 2024? It's either I think it was prior to 2024. I deleted all those streams just to declutter the channel and also to start a new era of the channel, a new era. because that's when I actually started getting good. 2024 is when I started getting good at the weather. So that's when we turned more professional. If anything, tomorrow's analog is April 16th, 2011. One of the biggest tornado outbreaks in North Carolina history. However, the trough is a little bit too fast for us to see something like that again with the setup tomorrow. So it's probably going to be like a Timu. A Timu, April 16th, 2011. Maybe with a bit more wind to it, though. Yeah, Jonesboro, Arkansas does have a risk for prefrontals. Still tour possible on this more northern storm here north of Lebanon, Missouri. Just make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and stay close to your safe spot, just in case we do end up seeing a tornado warning issued here. There's no tornado warnings active just yet, but we'll eventually see. We'll eventually see a few tornado warnings later today. Only a matter of time. Let's see. Yeah, SPC Outlook comes out at 4 o'clock Eastern, by the way. That's really our next big thing. We have the 18Z HRRR starts rendering in about 20 minutes. After that, we get the meso analysis around 3:15. And then we end up with our SPC Outlook at 4 p.m. for today. And the 18Z HRRR is going to be more interesting than the other HRRRs because it's going to go out till tomorrow's event. It'll go 48 hours in the future. You can, if you want to do that, get your car to underground parking lot to avoid the hail. It most likely won't be large enough to produce hail damage, but I mean, if there's one close by, definitely a good idea. Better safe than sorry. But most likely our main hail threat will stay back here into Tennessee, eastern Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, and a good chunk of northern Mississippi. But we could see some hailstones about an inch, inch and a half in diameter in St. Louis. I don't believe you actually drank that water just now. I already need more. I need water like every 5 seconds because my voice is just not working. I got up too early. I got up at 8:30 and then immediately started making a YouTube video. My voice did not like that. At the start of the video, it sounded like I had a huge cold. And then by the end, my normal voice started coming back. That was it was worth it though to get up early. That was well worth it. Considering I haven't had a video out in forever. All right, let's see. We should get a new watch here pretty soon in Arkansas. You guys should get a tornado watch relatively soon. We do have that tornado watch in the purple that you see here in the background. That stretches from where the cold front generally is right now in southwestern Missouri up to northeastern Missouri. And it stretches all the way back here into south central Illinois. There will be a higher end tornado watch issued for these areas down in here. We'll likely see a higher end tornado watch in here. And I expect we'll see a mid-tier tornado watch back in this area. Pretty soon. I'm pretty surprised we ain't already got one. I'm assuming the reason why we haven't is because there's not a lot of storms that are strong down here. The storms that are strong are up here and heading towards this tornado watch. But they're monitoring it very, very closely, and we should see one. Let me go see where, or when, rather. We should get a tornado watch in Arkansas before 3 p.m. Well, that's 15 minutes away. We should get one very, very shortly. We should have a tornado watch any second out here. Typically, they're issued right pretty well before that MCD on days like today. Sometimes it's like right before it expires, but most of the time it's well before. Shocked to not see a SIG 2 on the moderate tomorrow. Do you mean for tornadoes? That didn't shock me. And if they do a SIG 2 tomorrow on the wind, it's a high risk. So that's why they didn't do that. They didn't want to pull a high risk. They might do that. The SPC might do that tomorrow afternoon at 12:30, depending on how our cold front trends over the next roughly 10 hours. That's why I think not a moderate's already out. That's why I think a high risk is, there's a good chance for a high risk, because I agree with a SIG 2 wind. I'm surprised they haven't pulled a moderate for today. There's a lot of inconsistencies, especially now with overconvection and clustering of storms. A lot of our newer runs show more of a clustered storm mode and semi-discrete storm mode, which is why the wind threat really doesn't need to be upgraded and why the tornado threat is actually uptrended. Let me go over to, let's see. Yeah, we're still relatively clear here. If we look at satellite, we're still relatively clear in our primary risk area for today. If you look at your tornado risk for today, really dead center of our 10 SIG down into northeastern Louisiana, you're still getting clearing. And one does have to wonder if that could cause overmixing issues, where the temperatures rise too far away from the dew points and creates more elevated thunderstorms. Currently, it is roughly 75 degrees with low 60 dew points in southeastern Arkansas. That is a 15 temperature dew point spread. That is definitely more elevated thunderstorms, meaning the tornado threat would be lower and the damaging wind threat and hail threat would be higher with those prefrontals. However, those prefrontals are likely going to fire towards dark, which means the sun will either be setting or already set, and thus those temperatures will start to go further down, closer to your dew points. The 10 SIG in Alabama, definitely some uncertainty with it. We'll use the RFSA. It all comes down to prefrontal storms. And right now, the best timing looks to be between 2 and 6 a.m. Eastern for the potential of a strong tornado or two out there. Little bit surprised with that 10 SIG because there's not a lot of confidence in those prefrontals being mature. The models that I've looked at have those relatively as mini supercells. Discrete, but they're mini as in small. You can see the RFSA, though, does have some bit more mature supercells here, so I definitely could see a strong tornado or two extremely early tomorrow morning in southeastern Alabama. Is that snow, by the way? I don't think that's snow. I think that's rain. This model one says it's rain. Actually, kind of curious. Kind of curious about that. Let's go to the HRRR, see if that has snow down into Mississippi. Maybe into northern Mississippi, northern Alabama. Little chance for some flurries Tuesday morning. Or actually, my bad, tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. Louisville, Kentucky. You should be put under a tornado watch overnight tonight. Yeah. You should be. You're in the enhanced risk. There is a pretty high chance you'll be put under a tornado watch overnight tonight. And it will be late. It will definitely be late, definitely after dark. Your main risk for severe weather out there is like 1 a.m. Or my bad, actually, no. No, I was looking at Cincinnati, Ohio. Closer to 10 p.m. There you go. Yeah, 10 p.m. for Louisville, Kentucky. Closer to midnight for Cincinnati, Ohio, because I accidentally looked at the wrong place. And there she is, tornado watch. That is a little bit further east than I thought. 50-30 tor probs on that, which means you can see here 50% chance for 2 or more tornadoes and a 30% chance one of those is strong or greater. 60% chance at 10 or more severe wind events of 58 miles per hour or greater. 40% chance one of those wind events is roughly 75 miles per hour. 50% chance of 10 or more severe hail events of roughly 1 inch in diameter. 30% chance that one of those is roughly 2 inches in diameter. So our high-end tornado watch, or watch is, will be issued down over in here. So not that area though. Actually, maybe not even that far south. Somewhere, I think our highest tornado watch will be issued down in here. The Boot Hill of Missouri, eastern Arkansas, west Tennessee, northwest Mississippi, southwest Kentucky. That's where our high-end watch will be. So that will likely include Perryville, Missouri, down towards Poplar Bluff, Jonesboro, Arkansas, Forest City, Arkansas, all the way down to probably at least as far south as Clarksdale, if not further south in Clarksdale, Mississippi, and probably back up into Tupelo, Mississippi, and back out east of Jackson, Tennessee, and then also probably Paducah, Kentucky. It could be bigger than that. I think that's like the smallest it could be because it honestly could be a lot bigger. It could go all the way up into Illinois, and it may go even all the way down into Louisiana. We'll have to see if we get 2 or 3 watches along that span there. This watch is valid till, let's go see. Doesn't want to show up here, so I'm going to have to go over here, down in here. 11 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central. So pretty long duration tornado watch there. Bowling Green, Kentucky will likely be put in a watch overnight tonight. I don't know if you'll be in the higher end tornado watch or not. The higher end tornado watch is going to be somewhere in this yellow area right in here. But not further west than here because we already have a tornado watch in effect west of this line. So there's already tornado watches in effect west of that line. So we know these areas, because they're already in a tornado watch, they won't be put in a higher end tornado watch. So somewhere in this area, we'll get that higher end tornado watch. And Bowling Green is probably just barely outside of that. But either way, Bowling Green has a chance for tornadoes overnight. And you should be put in a tornado watch at some point. Severe thunderstorm warning still for 20 more minutes here for 1 inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds for Springdale and Fayetteville, Arkansas. That storm does look a bit weaker right now. And then a significantly weaker storm up here. They actually canceled that severe. That severe is no longer in place north of Lebanon, Missouri. Norfolk, Virginia will get a tornado watch. If you do, it will be tomorrow night. and I'm not for sure about that. The reason why is because storms may weaken just before they get to Virginia Beach. But according to the SPC, you're in a 10% risk, so you should be put into a tornado watch tomorrow evening. You're in the 10 significant tornado risk. I'm thinking about starting up a live stream near 10 a.m. tomorrow, but I'm not exactly sure when. They did issue a new severe, so this is our old severe storm that's dying out. Now we've got a new severe thunderstorm for a new storm that is fired up here, which is well north of Lebanon in Missouri. Just make sure you're away from doors and windows there. You'll be perfectly fine. Excuse me. Roanoke is more uncertain. Same for my neck of the woods because we don't know exactly when that line is going to form tomorrow. We're both in a 10 sig tour, so we both need to watch for strong tornadoes. And we both need to watch for widespread 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. However, we are not included in that risk for wind gusts exceeding 74 miles per hour. So we most likely won't see wind gusts greater than roughly 70 miles per hour tomorrow. But it's hard to say exactly how bad it will get out here because our main model still is too quick with our front. So just stay hyper weather aware. Prepare for at least 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, 1-inch hail, and a few tornadoes. That's what I'm comfortable with saying right now. However, that wording might increase tomorrow if our front slows down, which so far it has slowed down quite a bit. So yeah, we should be getting our new 18ZH triple R. We sure are. And it at least accounts a little bit better for our severe weather ongoing, but still not the best. Still not handling the event the best. And so this is what it thinks our radar looks like right now. It's getting there. We got a little bit of a stronger storm up here, but it's better than what it was before, that is for sure. And it shows over convection slop still. So I think that is why the SPC is not going to upgrade this to moderate, is because the line, if it does form, it may not be a full-fledged line and it may be clustered. And then the reason not to upgrade to a moderate for Tor is because overconvection could be a very significant issue and end up underperforming these risks. Hold on, I do want to answer Lake City. Was it Lake City? Oh, Live Oak, Florida. I thought that was Lake City. We were looking at Lake City, Florida earlier. Live Oak, Florida. Well, you're close to Lake City, Florida. Let's see. Definitely in the risk for severe weather. I can tell you that for sure tomorrow. You're almost in that enhanced. So you're looking at the potential for a tornado or two, maybe an isolated strong one around northern Florida. Highly doubt it will be in your area. 60 to 65 mile an hour wind gust and up to 2-inch hail, all possible. There's definitely uncertainty on how good this threat could be. How good and how bad, depending on which way you look at it. But I would definitely be watching out for severe storms just after 11 a.m. I'd be watching closely from 11 a.m. all the way till that front passes you at about 5. Yeah, 11 to 5 I'd be watching. Let's see here. Yeah, none of these storms are tornadic just yet, just like we were thinking, but these storms are starting to strengthen. Springfield, Illinois. I think you're... Where is Springfield? I think you're probably going to be okay today. You are in the slight risk for severe weather, so you have a good chance for severe storms. However, they didn't put you in that tornado watch, so I think you might barely be too far north for these storms to be severe. But likely heavy rain, lightning, and maybe some isolated wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. East St. Louis, okay. You're likely going to get severe storms. You're in a tornado watch, so you're looking at 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, 1 inch hail, and a brief tornado or two possible around that area. So I would be watching closely. But the main threat should stay off to your south, but you're still in that tornado watch. And I've seen a few here. I'm just trying to get to the majority, like people who are asking about the same town. One of that is Clarksville. Clarksville overnight, a strong tornado possible. Unfortunately, you're in the main wind risk, so 80 mile an hour winds possible, and then 1/2 inch hail. So main risk is by far damaging winds, and unfortunately, it is an overnight threat. So most likely a damaging line of winds around 9 p.m. Central. I don't know if you're in Central, but then 9 p.m. Central. Birmingham, that's a tough one because storms should be dying out, but they may still be severe. So I'd say roughly 60, 65 mile an hour wind gust, a brief spin up tornado, and 1/2 inch hail. And likely towards 1, 2 a.m. Tuning in around 3 p.m. Will I be here for the peak of tomorrow's risk? It depends on the front. I think you'll be close to when the peak is occurring. Yeah. I think you'll be close. I don't know if you'll be with the absolute peak. You should. You should. You should be. Yeah, you should. 3 p.m. Yeah. And now, as long as you're not planning to chase, if you're planning on chasing and you can't chase till 3, you're cooked. Because the risk starts at like noon. Maybe even earlier. But watching the stream, yeah. We probably won't see much till 3 p.m. or maybe a little later. Look at all that overconvection, man. That would definitely be... That's a good and a bad scenario. Good scenario because it really destroys the wind threat. Bad scenario because some of these storms could still end up being planted in a pretty volatile environment. So we could still get a few cells that end up producing a strong tornado or two, maybe even an intense one, 1 to 2 inch hail, and 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. So this scenario wouldn't be as widespread of severe storms, but the storms that are severe could be tornadic. But that is definitely a more messy scenario. And the HRRR trends west, which means it's going to uptrend for Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. The more west it goes, the more it's going to uptrend for tomorrow. Make sure this is muted real quick. I think they're going to go high tomorrow. I think they're going to go high. I think we're going to get a high risk. I've never said that in North Carolina on a serious note, but I think we're going to get a high risk. This is the first setup that I have ever tracked where I genuinely think we could see a high risk in North Carolina and Virginia. Salem, Winston-Salem? There's a lot of Salems in the U.S. Winston-Salem, you're a bit too far to the west to see anything very significant, but you could still see 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust, 1/2 inch hail, and a tornado or two. Same for Philly, same thing. 60 mile an hour winds, 60, 70 mile an hour winds, 1/2 inch hail, and a tornado or two, maybe even a strong tornado. Hold on, I missed a dono. My bad. $2 donation from Party. Jamestown, Missouri get hit. Jamestown, Missouri. You're done. You're done. Your risk is done. You avoided it by one county. Congratulations. Avoided it by a single county. Salem, Missouri. You're in a tornado watch. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, brief tornado or two possible. I can't believe it. You actually avoided that by one singular county. You are in the risk today, but the risk has already passed. Springfield, Missouri, your risk is ongoing right now, and you will be safe after that. So give it 30 more minutes for this lightning and heavy rain to pass, and then you'll be done. These will likely be the storms that go on to produce tornadoes into Missouri, southern Illinois, western Kentucky. But right now, they are just sloppy, which was to be expected. Let's see here. Oh, old Jamestown. Whoops. My bad. I apologize for that. Dang it. I wish I noticed that. It was old Jamestown. I'm sorry. My apologies. Yeah, I see a lot of people asking about St. Louis. It's the same thing. If you are in this area, if you are in here, if I can get the risk up. If you are in this area right in here, all the way down into Louisiana, this whole area, which includes the whole metro of St. Louis, 1-inch hail, 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, and a few tornadoes. We can't rule out a strong tornado somewhere in this entire area, but it's unlikely that it will be over your region. If there was a high risk, will the moderate go to the Piedmont? How deep into the Piedmont we talking? I do think the moderate has a chance to shift into Charlotte, Greensboro, and Winston. Any further west than Winston, no. But I think there's a chance Winston and Charlotte sneak into the moderate tomorrow. I've already mentioned Salem, Missouri. I'll go to Salem, Missouri again. I've mentioned it 3 times. Again, 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 1-inch hail, brief tornado or two. Uh-oh. My overlay at the top left just dissipated. Just dissipated like a tornado. It's gone. Browser source. Which one is it? Storm Prediction Center. There you go. It's back. Yeah, I think a 30% tornado risk is possible tomorrow. I think it's possible. Let me go find the chart. I don't think they're reserved for strictly derechos. Like, it doesn't have to be a derecho ongoing for it to be a high risk. A high risk for damaging winds, 60% SIG 2, bow echo, and a possible derecho. So no. A SIG 3 is where you have to have a high-end derecho expected or already ongoing. Illinois. So you're in central Illinois. I'll go up here because I know one of my mods live up here. You're in a tricky situation here because you're very close to a blizzard warning. And you are barely outside the tornado risk, so likely no tornadoes, but you could see an isolated wind gust up to 70 miles per hour. And maybe half-inch hail. But it doesn't look like you're going to be put into that tornado watch. So I wouldn't expect anything too crazy up there. I definitely wouldn't expect any tornadoes. I still got one severe thunderstorm warning up here in central Missouri for St. Elizabeth. Just make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. You'll be good. I do think there could be a high risk tomorrow. Yep. It would definitely be for winds. I would say 45% SIG 2. Wait, no, 60% SIG 2. 60% SIG 2. Yeah. 60% SIG 2. Apologies, because I was thinking the old criteria. I was thinking of the old criteria where a 45 SIG wind risk. Was that still moderate? I don't know. I don't know. I gotta try to forget that criteria and just strictly remember this one. So that way I don't get confused, because whenever I start thinking of the old one, I confuse the two and merge them together, and it screws me up like crazy. Almost 2 weeks after these outlooks have been released, and I'm still trying to learn them. Because we could also see a 30% tornado risk too. If we go to our model, which we're going to get a new one here shortly. But these storms, most likely we won't see a solid line. We'll see a bowing segments with most of these supercells here, and they'll be embedded supercells. So they will be supercells capable of 1 to 2 inch hail with bow echoes capable of 90 to 95 miles per hour, likely closer to 90 mile per hour wind gusts being a high end. And a few tornadoes, most of which will be brief, weak, but multiple tornadoes. And we will most likely also see a strong tornado or two tomorrow, maybe a intense long track tornado. So a bunch of weak tornadoes, a few strong tornadoes, and maybe one intense tornado. And if we increase the confidence for a split line, that should also increase the confidence for tornadoes too. So that's why I'm also saying a 30% or a 30 SIG 1 tornado risk is also possible. Thank you, Northeast Weather, for becoming an EF3 member. You're one of the very few EF3 members. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. Let me see our new HRRR here. Let's see how far we've trended here. Let's see if we can spot the difference. Y'all ready? Spot the difference. Wow. That is notably further to the west. Really looking at central Tennessee, northeastern Alabama. Old, new, old, new, old, new. I'm probably going to get a water spout outbreak out in here. Probably a good water spout risk for the fishes. It's not like a giant west trend, but those are the things that you got to pay attention to. It's definitely a bit further to the west, and the moisture is a bit better to the southwest. See, in southeastern Georgia into southwestern South Carolina, dew points from 63 to 65, dew points from 60 to 63, and a little west shift in some spots in southeastern Georgia. These little tiny shifts are going to be what you got to pay attention to on if the HRRR is an accurate model run. It was completely inaccurate yesterday. Completely inaccurate yesterday. If we take a look at yesterday's run, this is what it had yesterday. Watch the difference. This is yesterday's run, and then this is today's run. completely and utterly different. Definitely a concern right there. The new one definitely has some big bow echoes in here. If that does come to fruition, we could have wind gusts maybe upwards of 80 well into the overnight hours. This is 2 a.m. tonight. Well, 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, technically. I did see that. I did see the RFSA. We do have a new one, though, which we already took a look at, but we'll look at it again because it's completed. Let me go back to this. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it still might be off the front. There's your storms. That's very close to where your front is. 7 a.m. Now let's go to the 12Z and go to 7 a.m. This model run has been a big outlier for tomorrow, so I'm watching it to see if it fixes itself. Back a little bit more. There we go. It's trended a little west, but it still looks like that newest one is probably still going to have the same elevated storms. The storms being behind the cold front, which I just don't see that happening. That would be such a rare scenario. Storms firing behind a cold front. Lord have mercy. What are those? I hope that's crap vection. What are those? Because those are in the southern 15 sig. Those are definitely prefrontals. Did the 12Z have those? Is that the crap vection the 12Z had? It is. The 12Z had that, but it was at a little, it looked a little bit weaker. Those definitely jump scared me. For a second, I thought we were about to have a prefrontal threat. We'll need to see if those intensify on this run. They didn't much on the 12Z. They went by just a clustered risk. But you could see they still had a semi-decent environment. Is that another weather app ping? Oh my word, it literally is. Rain to start in the next few hours. How informative. So informative. In the next few hours, dude, it's still like 4 hours away. Let's go back to the 18Z here. That is a Cape push to the southwest, but that is probably because your cold front trended to the southwest. Not necessarily a Cape downtrend, just the front has shifted further to the southwest. Yeah, because see, it's still like the almost the same instability, just to the southwest, because that's where your front has trended. I think that is a new severe thunderstorm warning there for Forsyth, South Central Missouri, so make sure you're indoors away from doors and windows. We're going to continue to watch this 18ZH render in, but if you haven't already, again, make sure you hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all, so you know when I go live tomorrow for a live stream. We'll be chasing probably around, I'm still thinking roughly around 10 a.m. I'll start up a stream, so hopefully that will go great. And also consider hitting that like button on this live stream. It really helps spread weather awareness. Share this stream with your family, friends, social media. Share the channel with family, friends, social media, especially if you know anybody in the risk area, which you ought to know somebody, because there's what, like 90 million people under the gun for tornadoes today and tomorrow. So you ought to know somebody out of that 90 million people. I know an absurd amount of people in that. I have 2 family members inside both these risks. One tonight, one tomorrow. And well, we got to count Lucky, so 2 tomorrow. 1 today, 2 tomorrow. Got to consider Lucky family. Can't forget about him. Don't let him know I forgot about him, y'all. Don't rat me out. Actually, uptrend in instability because of that southwest shift. See, look at that. Now it looks more like an uptrend, huh? My question is lower level wind shear, because that was bad at yesterday's run. That got worse with time. It doesn't look bad still, so we'll have to see how that gets with time, though. Those prefrontals went without a whisper, but I don't know if that's actually going to happen tomorrow morning. I wouldn't be so confident to write off those early morning prefrontals in Eastern Virginia, Eastern NC. I don't think they'll do anything big, but you never know, man. Yeah, now that this is getting over the mountains, it doesn't look like too big of a west shift here. You could see it is, though. Look at the difference. 12Z. Well, we're going to mark the 60 dew points. 12Z. Right in there. 18Z. Which is pretty much back in here. It's just those dew points aren't fully connected. Is that where the front is, though? Let's go back to reflectivity. Next frame. It's almost like it trended west in Georgia and maybe east in South Carolina. This model, man, it's just... I still don't think it's handling the event very well. This 18Z might be a little bit better because it's getting more in line with the instability, but I still think the HRRR is playing catch-up here. I still think the HRRR is playing catch-up here. It's been playing catch-up for the last, I don't know, 12 hours. And it's still... Look at the difference. It is not even close between the NAM and the HRRR. The HRRR is so much faster further north. That is the biggest difference. Look at how much faster that front is further north. For the NAM, it's way back here still in Ohio. For the HRRR, it is way up here in central Pennsylvania. It's just so much quicker. Now the question is, how many models agree? Ooh, I just found out what it is, y'all. It's not the front. It's the convection. Your main front is still back in here. That's what, see, these values are. Those values are still, that's your main front. Right back down in there. Your main cold front, pushing everything. And that's where the NAM has it. And the HRRR has overconvection on the north side. Which is because it has intense supercells firing through St. Louis, and those stay the entire duration. Going through St. Louis and then going all the way into Ohio. And the mountains don't split it up much. It did split it up a little bit better on the 18Z, but still not great. It overconvects like crazy. I mean, like crazy. This is your front, y'all. Your front is here. And the HRRR is overconvecting this entire warm sector. So it completely wipes out your open warm sector here. That would be crazy. And guess what? RAP doesn't have it. NAM doesn't have it. NAM 3K doesn't have it. GFS doesn't have it. Euro doesn't have it. Canadian doesn't have it. High res Canadian doesn't have it. You think there's an outlier? You think there's an outlier? Golly, in this case, freaking South Carolina would be the main risk. Why do you got to be such a bad model run? Why do you got to be such a bad model run, man? It just overconvects everything to death. National Weather Service in Raleigh, referring to a high risk, said the SPC may upgrade it tomorrow morning. They may not. Yep, exactly. It is what it is, right? If they upgrade it, they upgrade it. If they don't, they don't. It's still the relatively the same setup, just the SPC's confidence increases. I wonder if it still has NC doing anything. Oh, hey, yep. That would push the threat a lot further into central NC. So if you are like in Greensboro or West, you're gonna get next to nothing out of that. But it would still increase. There would still be like a moderate type level threat in North Carolina. Yeah, look at that. I still think it's playing catch up. I do. Did Raleigh release their briefing? Because they were supposed to, I think they were supposed to do a briefing earlier today. It was going to be for like noon, but I think they waited until the afternoon outlook. Yep, 49 minutes ago. 49 minutes ago. National Weather Service Raleigh, 17 minutes and 20 seconds. So I'll have to watch that later. Next day one is in 30 minutes. We're going to stay live for that for sure. But yeah, regardless, I'll be out there. If something happens, I'm there. If something doesn't happen, I'm there. Either way, it should be a fun day to chase. Hopefully it won't be a destructive day. But either way, at least we'll have a good time being out there. Let me switch back to... Okay. Well, we've got storms firing what I assume is behind the front now, back here. Don't know what that's about. I mean, that was partially predicted by the HRRR, but not that close. It's the snow back here, so I don't know what this is. It's probably just going to die out. Even with the overconvection, you still get a long track tour threat. Look at that. That is a significant uptrend in the environment, if I'm not mistaken. Heck yeah. But I still, call me crazy. I still think the HRRR is going to show something crazier tonight and tomorrow because I still think it's playing catch up. I still don't think it is showing the real potential that tomorrow has. I think the NAM is showing tomorrow's real potential. However, I do think it is freaking overdoing that. Look at that sucker. 11 significant tornado parameter in Virginia. This is going to be so contaminated, but I just got to see it, you know? One of those things where you know it's not going to be accurate, but oh my goodness. 555 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, 766 0 to 3 kilometer SRH, 1,500 Cape, 6.8 surface to 3 kilometer lapse rates, 206 3 Cape, insane lower level to mid level veering, really close temperature 2-point spread, no temperature or warm nose inversions there, crazy hodograph. I mean, that's as good as it gets. No wonder why that supercell composite's maxed out. Like I said, contaminated to death, but still, you still just gotta look at it, man. I mean, come on. You ain't gonna see that type of environment in Virginia for an extraordinarily long time. Like he just said, what have I missed? And I just sent him that sounding. Lapse rates at 6.8 are very, very good for a setup like this. Now we get the 18Z NAM and NAM 3K. It's an uptrend, but I still don't think it is handling convection well. Let's see if we can spot where the HRRR goes wrong from all the other storms. Or from all the other models. I think it's still just the timing of the front it's just off. Even from like the get-go here. See, that's not too bad. So if we pull this in forward here, that's where it goes wrong. The front is too fast. So that's what we're going to have to pay attention to tonight. Is the front is it on the border of Arkansas and Tennessee at 9 o'clock? Like this? Is it on the border of Arkansas and Tennessee at 9 o'clock? Or is it well away from the border and more into, further to the east? Because the NAM has it west. The NAM 3K has it west. The RAP has it west. GFS west. I suppose the Euro is west. I really can't tell because that's a different product. Canadian is so it's just the HRRR is thinking storms are too fast. Let's go check WOFUS. Let's see if WOFUS goes out far enough yet. $15Z deep south 1830 UTC update. It goes to we're gonna have to do the 18. Goes to 00Z. Some of them are west, some of them are east. Look at the difference between these. Some of them are west, some of them are east. That is extraordinarily west. That is a little bit quicker than the bulk of our runs. However, it's slower than the HRRR. But even then, like that, look, the 18Z HRRR corrected itself, at least to some extent. So I really can't tell where this model run is going wrong. because even the 18ZH corrected itself right there. I think it might just be too many storms firing, so what a difficult thing to try to predict. But most of these are slow. That one's a little fast, Wolfus 3. Wolfus 5 is a little fast. But most of those Wolfus runs are slow. I mean, it's 4 hours to get from here to here. That is extremely reasonable. They got to be moving at 50 miles per hour. I think this thing's slowed down more. I don't think the HRRR is even remotely going to be even close to correct for today. Timing-wise and intensity-wise on thunderstorms. See, it is so important to do this. It is so important to do an analysis on the model run. It is extraordinarily important. You can't just go to a model run and then use it. You got to see if it is messing up conditions that are literally ongoing. There's a extraordinarily high chance that model run is going to mess up any time in the future. It's almost a null and void model run. It's almost useless. Which even now, like it's sped up the front in southern Arkansas. I think it's going to be worse tomorrow than what these model runs are showing, than what the 18Z model is showing for the. I can't English. I think this model run is underdoing tomorrow's event. There you go. That's what I'm trying to English. It is still, today is still going to be likely very significant for severe weather. But the biggest thing I think it's just destroying tomorrow's event for is the overconvection. It's just too much storms. I just don't see that happening. It's just too many storms, and I think it's just too fast with the front. And it's not like a gut feeling. Like you could just tell. Look at the difference between the HRRR and the NAM. It is a night and day difference. So if I wake up tomorrow and I see this garbage right here, I'd know that I need to set up probably a little bit further to the east. I'd probably need to go more into Virginia, northeastern NC, not stick around central NC. But if I see something like this when I wake up, then I know central NC all the way, because then that happens. So just gonna take some time. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time before it eventually gets a hold on things. And I mean, it was doing this all day yesterday too. Give me just a moment. Okay, so yeah, you can see the 18Z did trend west. There's 12Z, there's 18Z. So it definitely trended west, but I still think it's playing catch up. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to take screenshots of this and send it to Lucky here. Apologies. Just showing him that it's Still null and void. I'm also trying to do a tweet too. I think the RFSA might show something similar to the HRRR though. I think it does. And I think that's why the RFSA is also a lesser severe threat. So maybe we gotta take it a little bit more of a bust possibility. The new 18Z RRFSA is rendering in now. No, the RRFSA is nowhere close to a scenario like the HRRR. Yes, it's a little bit more elevated on the RRFSA compared to like the NAM3K in terms of the placement of the cold front. It doesn't perfectly align up like the NAM shows. But it's still nowhere close to the HRRR. Okay, so that's got the cold front right here. Instead of drawing it, I'm using my finger. And then this 20Z. Yep, the HRRR is still like a whole entire county and a half too fast with the cold front in South Carolina compared to the RFSA. Where's Lucky? He's home, but he's not calling yet. I'll ask him. Where are you, Walker? School cancellation? One of my friends in Winston was talking about an early release. He was thinking they should do an early release for tomorrow. But honestly, I think a cancellation is a much better idea because of this threat trending later and later. So instead of it being a morning threat, like to where you'd be in school at like 11 a.m. in Western North Carolina, instead of it being like 11 a.m. over here, it's probably going to be closer to, noon or maybe 11. Basically meaning that for Greensboro, Charlotte, and Durham, instead of you guys being in school during the tornado threat, you're going to be literally leaving school during a tornado threat, which is very dangerous. You're literally going to be going outdoors and in school buses probably during a tornado watch and during a tornado threat, which is why I think they should cancel schools through much of North Carolina tomorrow. Yes, I'm a chaser. I'm going to be chasing tomorrow's risk. Don't often chase higher risk days because we don't typically get them, but I will. Good morning, Lucky. You here? No, I think you. Oh, I thought you were AFK. Well, good thing we're talking about Monday and not Sunday. We were talking about tomorrow's threat.
Oh, how coincidental.
I still don't think the HRRR is handling our event well. There's a slim chance it's handling it well. Like, that's our main bust mode is the front. If that front is too fast. Which, let me see. I'm going to be getting up at, 9 a.m., noon, 11, 10, 9. That's 9 a.m. See, like, the HRRR is not too far from the NAM by then. But it's how the HRRR NAM progressed the day. That's the big difference. So, Lucky,
Yeah.
if 9 a.m. we've got a huge slop fest in Western NC and it's not still on the mountains, we know it's probably going to be a bit of an underperformance. Let me show you the difference. You can see it pretty dang clearly, though. Which one do you think that is?
Sloppy mess.
and then that is the higher
Oh,
end scenario. So if it is still like on the Appalachian Mountains tomorrow at 9 a.m., then we'll know, we're in for probably something that's going to perform as a moderate.
if it's the second image,
Yeah. Because the first one
yeah,
has way too much rain. Look at all the rain in Virginia. What are you eating?
you will see.
I can hear it. This dude, man. But I do also think the RFSA is probably going to uptrend here. The new 18Z is coming out. It probably won't be a significant uptrend, but it should be better than the HRRR because it's initiating better than the HRRR. You know what Weatherwise needs, y'all?
What?
Weatherwise needs a model comparison slider or something like that, where you can compare the model runs. Like, no PC weather app has that. So here's the RFSA. We're going to draw where the front is on the RFSA at 3 a.m. Now let's use the new HRRR at 3 a.m.
You can compare models on College of Do page.
That's not a app, Lucky. That is a
Oh,
browser. I'm not stupid,
well,
buddy.
weatherwise can also be a browser too.
Yeah, yeah, I know. But I'm saying we need something that you could compare models on that's an actual app.
Yeah, no,
It's
I definitely
actually
agree.
it's actually pretty similar. And actually, yo, Lucky.
What?
What is this model run on? Look at that.
Uh,
That's the morning line demolishing our warm sector. That just completely kills the whole threat. Look at the warm sector now. There's a whole bite out of the warm sector in all of Western and Central NC. And I mean, shoot, that might even go to Eastern NC on the rest of this run. Yeah, I don't know about a high risk. I think if they do a high risk, they'll pull it at 1630Z tomorrow. I don't think you can on Radar Mega, no.
so where would we go in that scenario? Probably Eastern NC, right?
Yeah, we would probably go for like Durham or Northeast. Because you could see the warm sector in South Carolina. It's going to come back up. Yes, it will. But the problem is, it's, our entire warm sector has been taken a bite out of. So it's going to take longer, much longer, for that atmosphere to recover and for storms to become severe. We probably wouldn't see much until, I don't know, maybe like 4 o'clock in that scenario. Which we still have the rest of the run to go, so we'll be able to see if it does anything different. But it's just got an absolute slop fest across Central and Eastern NC at 11 a.m. Let's see. What does it have for this risk over here? I didn't even look for what it has. It still has a bunch of prefrontals at 7 o'clock later today, y'all. It still has a bunch of prefrontals. Actually, do we have the sub-hourly one rendering? Oh, we do. Perfect. So what we can do is, y'all, look at this. It's just past 3:45. Here is where this says our front is right in here. Pretty good. I'd say that's in line. I'd say that is in line. with where our front is. Or just where the leading edge of our line is what I should say. I would say that's pretty close. Now let's do the HRRR, sub-hourly. Newest run, 345. HRRR thinks the leading edge of our front right in here. Oh, shocker. It's too fast. Who would have guessed? HRRR is already too fast. And not by a small margin either. This is like a, depending on where you look at, it's probably like a 10 mile difference already. And this is only a couple frames in the future on the HRRR. So that shows you how horrible the HRRR is day of. I think the HRRR has been horrible with both of these events the whole time. I don't think the HRRR has been accurate. Ever since it got in range of this event, today's event, the HRRR has been horrible. So, I mean, the HRRR did slow down a lot on that newest scan, or the newest run. Newest scan, acting like it's freaking radar over here. You can see it trended west, but I still think it's playing catch up, and I still think it is over-convecting in Virginia. Because unlike the RRFSA, the RRFSA just has the line sweeping through and getting rid of some of the warm sector. The HRRR has like the front. I wouldn't say stalling out, but like it almost essentially just stalls out, and it like keeps raining in this area, and that just gets rid of the entire severe threat for this region. So in that case, like your target area, our target area would be much thinner. Much thinner if the HRRR is real. It comes to fruition. Let's go back to the RRFSA. Yep, see, the atmosphere recovers. Low-key, that would be like one of the most impressive things, though. If the whole front just sweeps through, gets rid of our entire warm sector, and then North Carolina somehow recovers an entire warm sector. Like, that would be insanely impressive. So, the only thing this would change is it would change the western extent of our severe threat. That's what it would change. It would change how far west our severe threat goes. A scenario like the NAM 3K ends up with a way more widespread severe weather threat from central Virginia all the way down to central South Carolina. Something like the HRRR would end up with a more widespread threat in South Carolina, but a significantly less widespread threat from roughly Charlotte all the way back up to pretty much DC, up in Virginia. Almost into DC. It would go from here all the way up to like barely not DC if this model runs correct. Because you could see that DC still, the southeast side of DC still has a little bit of instability from this main area right in here. So it would just shrink our severe threat exponentially. We would still have a pretty high end threat in Virginia and North Carolina. $100 mph winds, 80 max? Heck no. We got a 60 sig tomorrow. You gonna tell me 80-mile-an-hour winds is max? Huh? No, I think we're looking at a max between 90 and 100. And when you have such an intense lower level jet stream like that, yeah. all you need is 500 cape, and those winds aloft are going to be transported rapidly down in the form of a downburst. The maximum wins somewhere between 80 and 100. Somewhere in there. Or no, my bad, 90 and 100. I'd be pretty shocked if we don't see a few gusts of over 80 tomorrow. Today's maximum wind gusts are like 80 to 90, and then tomorrow's is like 90 to 100. Because tomorrow is a higher wind threat than today. Obviously, because there's a moderate tomorrow, not today. $90-mile-an-hour winds aren't expected. You're right. There's a big difference, Grumpy Grandpa. There is a big difference between max intensity and expected. There is a huge difference. 90-mile-an-hour wind gust expected. That is like almost Sig 3 wording right there. 90-mile-an-hour wind gust possible. You could get away with a Sig 1 or a Sig 2 with that. There's a huge difference. That's like saying this is the same thing. That's like saying a violent tornado possible and a violent tornado expected. That's like saying that's the same thing. There is a huge difference in wording. Wording is very important at the Storm Prediction Center. There's a big difference between possible, likely, and expected. Big difference. I don't expect any wind gusts over, like widespread 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts over 90 miles per hour. It wouldn't surprise me if there is a gust of 90 miles per hour or a gust of 85 miles per hour tomorrow. I think that is a very, very real possibility. But again, there's a ginormous difference between expected and possible. I mean, even if we I'm sure the SPC wording even says, like, let me see here. I know they say 75. Or no, maybe that was the area forecast discussion. The National Weather Service in Raleigh says significant winds of 74 miles per hour or higher. Which doesn't necessarily mean higher than 80. I'm trying to see if they have anything else here. 60 to 74% chance of widespread damaging winds of with some significant of 74 or higher. So I think it would be close, Grumpy Grandpa. I think it will be close. And 80, like I said, somewhere between, I think the maximum peak intensity is going to be 90 to 100. I don't think it will be as low as 80. Dude, we see 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts on enhanced risk days. Oh, holy crap. I just realized I can literally show you this. Watch this. Watch. I'm going to disprove this whole thing in a couple seconds if I can find it. Crap, I can't find it. My goodness, bro. Where the heck even is this account? Okay, I'm gonna have to go find... I'm too famous on Twitter, bro. I can't find the tweet. I've got too many notifications. There you go. This is in a slight risk. This is in part of a slight risk, part of a marginal risk. Peak damaging winds of 65 to 80 miles per hour in a marginal and slight. You're telling me a moderate 60 sig wind won't get wind gusts probable intensity higher than a marginal and a slight? It just doesn't make sense to me. I know you're entitled to your own opinion. I understand that. It just doesn't make sense to me on why you're going so low. Because that probable peak intensity is 65 to 80. This guy just said 80 mile an hour winds in Arkansas is much easier to get than Virginia. Buddy, the SPC doesn't care about location. If you take this setup tomorrow and put it in Arkansas, it's probably going to be the same hazards. The only thing that is different is the timing. The timing of the trough would be different, because if you took like this trough here tomorrow and you put that exact trough in Arkansas, the wind threat would be higher. It wouldn't be lower, it'd be higher. It'd actually be increased if you took this and put it in Arkansas. And if you took this trough here and put it in Virginia where it is, it's still going to be just as significant as if it was in Arkansas. If you just put that same setup in Arkansas, it doesn't matter about location. The only thing that would change is like if some of it goes out to sea, you know? That's the point I'm trying to get at. If your storms move offshore of Virginia and your main risk ends up being out to sea, okay, then that's going to be different than if it was over like Arkansas and Missouri. But like literally, if you just took it, just that doesn't make sense. That's just location biased to you. That's what it is. Yeah, that's how me and Lucky joke around about Virginia never seeing anything or North Carolina never seeing anything.
Nah, facts.
It's just location biased. If you take the same setup and put it in a different location, you're going to get the same hazards. There you go. Oh my word. Grumpy Grandpa, do you know what is in southern Arkansas? You don't even know the terrain in Arkansas. Hold on. This, my guy, is Arkansas. Dense national forests. This is North Carolina, where the moderate risk is. Fields and towns. They are almost the same terrain. They're almost the same. You've got a few cities, a few fields, and then a few national forests scattered throughout North Carolina. It's almost the same. You can make it out here. Look, central NC into eastern NC fields, big time forests in western North Carolina, maybe some of south central NC, and maybe some of eastern NC. Very populated cities. Arkansas, fields, big time forested area, populated cities. It's like the same terrain. It makes no sense. It's like the same terrain. Arkansas and North Carolina have like the same genuine terrain, just obviously in different parts of the country because they're different states, but they both have cities, a bunch of trees, and a bunch of fields in certain parts of the states. So you're making zero sense here. And even if the NWS doesn't account for that, dude. The NWS doesn't account for that. If there's 90 mile an hour winds possible over a wooded area and 90 mile an hour winds possible over a flat field, it's still 90 miles per hour. You know? It doesn't make sense. 90 miles per hour is 90 miles per hour. And we never get 90 mile per hour winds in Arkansas. Okay, so you're just rage baiting. You're just rage baiting at this point. It's just rage bait at that point. I quit. You have your own opinion, although I extremely disagree with it. That's just rage bait. All right, there's the new SPC outlook. Yeah, they didn't change anything. Oh, they added a hatched hail risk. They added a hatched hail risk. Interesting. Did they expand the... Now you're talking about possible hazards, Grumpy Grandpa. You're not talking about verification. So if I see a MCD at 12 p.m. that says peak probable wind speeds of 80 to 90 miles per hour or 80 to 100 miles per hour, we're right. We're not talking about verification of what actually occurs. You're talking about the possibility. Big difference between possibility and verification. Even Nightbot thinks you're rage baiting and deleted all your messages. So I'm gonna go back up here. I gotta go find your message. I gotta go see where you think winds greater than 80 miles an hour are not a possibility. Let me go find it. Man, I wish Nightbot didn't delete all these. Crap, I think it's too far up in the chat. There we go. Got it. Aha. Screenshotted. Holding you to that one. You can hold me to mine, too. You just disproved yourself. I think we will see an 80 to 100 mile per hour MCD. You just disagreed with your own opinion. You're starting to sound like me. Starting to sound like me after like 8 p.m. You literally just disagreed with the whole reason why I was disagreeing with you. Because you said maximum winds of 80 miles per hour, and now you just said 80 to 100. You just agreed with me. I said 90, not 80. I just sent a screenshot to Lucky. Actually, I sent it to wrong DMs. 80 max. I literally have your message, buddy. Matter of fact, skip this. I'll expose you right here. "100 miles per hour, LOL. 80 max." I'm only doing this because you're a very long time viewer and I significantly disagree with your opinion. But there it is, 80 max right there. That's the whole reason why I've been disagreeing with you, is because you think that the probable max intensity tomorrow is the same as a enhanced risk today. Don't backtrack on us. Don't pretend like we were saying the same thing the whole time. That's a huge severe, by the way, for 60 mile an hour winds and 0.75 inch hail, as well as a tornado possible tag. Well, nobody knows what the verification of tomorrow could be. It's Virginia, so it really wouldn't surprise me if the peak probable intensity is 80 to 100 miles per hour, and then Grumpy Grandpa ends up being right, and the max we see is like 70 to 80. But we can't convey that message. We cannot convey that message because it is simple misinformation and can get people killed. You do not undermine Mother Nature. That's just a fact. You don't downplay it. Because when you do, that's how people die. So that's why we go with the high-end scenario being possible. So that way people are more weather aware. So if it underperforms, then hey, great. But if it overperforms and people are For instance, if you prepare for no tornadoes, and end up with a tornado outbreak, that's really bad. That is extremely bad. That means nobody was probably prepared, and I'm sure in that case there's going to end up being fatalities. But if you reverse that, if you prepare for a tornado outbreak and you don't get tornadoes, then people were ready just in case, but nothing ended up happening, so nobody's hurt. And even if something did happen, they would have been prepared for it. So it's always better to go with the average or a little bit above the average scenario than to go below average or with like the low end. Yeah, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Wind shear is out of the waters tomorrow. It is absurd. The only place where you may have to worry about wind shear is when you get into Georgia, I think. But even then, I don't know, because your trough's going to be so large, even way into Georgia. Yeah, really, like central to northern Florida is the only place you got to worry about wind shear being. Actually, not even that. Look, anywhere in the blue plus is favorable for tornadoes, and in the green is favorable for strong tornadoes. So you're really looking across like the entire risk area here. That's 0 to 1 kilometer, which will be a little bit lower in some pockets. And then 0 to 3 is just favorable across the board. Like 0 to 3, you don't even got to look at. You already know it's going to be favorable. But we may have some pockets of 0 to 1 that aren't extraordinarily favorable. Oh, deep layer shear. I don't think the NAM has that.
PG.
You're talking about like 3 to 6 kilometers or something? What?
Look at names.
Nah.
No?
No, I don't really care for it.
Okay.
It's probably just a choo-choo train anyways, right?
No. Well, no, they're about to start.
Oh. I thought start time was like 3:40.
Nah.
Oh. He's talking about the race. I thought that thing was already well underway.
No, it started at the race itself thing says starts at 4.
Oh, dang. Yeah, I thought it was 3. I was off by like an hour or more.
Yeah, they about to go green.
That's clear contamination. Pretty. I'll mute you so that way they don't have to hear you chewing. You're good. I'll just keep it muted anyways because there's no reason to have it unmuted. Yeah, but I don't want to. Storm's getting a little bit stronger in north central Arkansas. I'm really just interested to see what these models have to say for tomorrow. I want to just see the HRRR actually catch up. HRRR is so bad, it's annoying. Holy cow. This new RFSA that goes out, y'all, it wipes the warm sector clean, but then look at this. Lucky, the RFSA has discrete development throughout the day in North Carolina. Like, it has prefrontals in the morning from that cold front. It has prefrontals in the afternoon in front of the cold front. And then it has it has semi-discrete supercells on the cold front itself. So this is like your dying out cold front right here. That dies out and it has semi-discrete cells with it through Winston to Raleigh. And then you get prefrontal cells in front of the main cold front out in here. and then you get supercells along the actual cold front right here. And that the main risk in that case would stretch from roughly Durham down through Lumberton, North Carolina. Not talking back towards South Carolina. Roughly right in here is where that main risk would stretch. So either way, tomorrow is going to be a big day. It's just a matter of how widespread. It could be a more localized tornado outbreak, or it could be like a statewide tornado outbreak. Or it could be a big underperformance, and like nothing happens. But I don't see that being a real scenario. There's nothing that shows tomorrow doing nothing. I don't see any runs that show tomorrow doing absolutely nothing. By the way, the SPC did expand the 45, or not the 45. Yeah, the 45. SPC did expand the 45 sig wind risk a bit further south. You and chat. Why not both? New NAM. Oh yeah, I forgot the NAM's already in, huh? Let me guess, it's gonna have a crazy outbreak. Yep. Good old NAM. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think the SPC should have gone moderate today. I honestly agree with that. Lucky, let me know when you could cover for like 2 minutes. I don't want to bother you while you're watching the green flag. Okay. Just so I can get a break because I haven't been up in almost 3.5 hours. Yeah, talk about the storms ongoing. Since I haven't done very good at that. Turn storm reports on. Yeah, good old Weatherwise finally added storm reports for those who didn't see the update the other day. Weather reports on. Thank you for the reminder. Christopher Bell. Joey Logano. Good driver that we like or one that we don't like? Oh, Denny Hamlin? But Denny's gotten better. I kind of like him now. I'm rooting for him. He's helped fix NASCAR. I'd love to see him win a championship now. If you told me I'd say that last year, I'd think you're crazy. Oh, non-thunderstorm wind gusts. You go to the hamburger. If you're on phone, it's at the bottom right. If you're on computer, it's top left, just above y'all mode. Weather reports, click that. And then enable these two. And I have it for 1 hour because anything more than that, and it's going to be definitely old data. Yeah, there really is. Yeah, thank you for reminding me about that. Look at this, y'all. Look at the central U.S. here. Look at all the warnings across the U.S. This shows you how dynamic this system is and just how crazy it is. Most of these are red flag warnings, blizzard warnings, high wind warnings, wind advisories. You've also got tornado watches. You've got deep south freeze warnings. You've got extreme heat warnings, heat advisories. The whole shebang. Flash flood watches up there in the New England states. You've got the whole shebang. There's a lot to go with the system. Definitely a lot. I think our main tornado potential is with this storm right now, going to the northeast, the one that someone pointed out in chat. The rotation is still, the northern one looks like corruption, but I think that's got our main tornado potential right now. and it's not very high. It's pretty low chance for a tornado. Um, but yeah, now the model ones, now the HRRR lucky, yeah, even the ones that render in once an hour, they're gonna get closer and closer to the event. Can I take my break now? Okay. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Lucky's gonna say hi. Give me about 2 minutes. I will be right back.
All right, yo. Let me pull up chat. Let's see. All right, yo. Well, first off, what is up, everyone? Hope everyone's having a great day today. Hope you had a good weekend too. So, real quick, y'all, don't forget that we do have a risk today. I know we've talked about tomorrow's risk a lot, but we still do have this risk today, and there is a couple severes in southwestern Missouri. They are tour possible severes, so maybe has it. I see like tiny little bits of a rotation. It's definitely there, so definitely be weather aware in case you get put into a tornado warning, so that you can get there as fast as you can. Because you don't want to waste no time whenever they issue a tornado warning. You don't want to waste no time. You go straight to that. And then we have some severes down in on the border of southeastern Oklahoma and southwestern Arkansas. I think those are not tour possible, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go check. They're not tour possible. They're one for 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And the ones in Missouri, one for 0.75 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and tornado possible. So, I mean, and this is just getting underway, y'all. Is like I said, this is gonna go until tomorrow, and this is gonna start where it's at right now and end in Eastern NC. That's how big this event is gonna be.
Good morning. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
10 out of 10. Great job.
Thank you, sir.
But hold on. Grumpy Grandpa had a question. How excited are you for tomorrow?
Dude, I mean,
He goes, dude, I'm pumped.
I don't know, man. Like,
It's
I'm
such
excited, but
it's such mixed emotion on high end days. On the low end days, like nobody's gonna get hurt because it's so low end. But on days like this, it could be a very bad day.
exactly.
So it's like you're hopeful, but then you're hopeful in the sense that you're wanting to see storms, but you also don't want to see storms because if you do, they could be destructive.
Deep down, y'all, I'm pumped. But if I really give myself a reality check, I'm kind of nervous
And skeptical because it's
and
North
skeptical.
Carolina.
It's North Carolina, and I called out of work again, y'all. I don't normally call out this much, but I had to call out for tomorrow because I'm not missing a moderate, and literally at my house.
It is. It's over your house. Would they let you work, Lucky?
Yeah, absolutely,
You guys are still gonna be open on a moderate day?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely, bro.
All right.
Dude, no, it takes a lot for us to close.
Yeah, y'all didn't even close for that ice storm. You closed a little early, but
We closed at like 5 instead of 10.
that's very early. Have y'all ever closed for severe weather?
I don't think so. No,
Yeah, it's because it normally splits over your house.
no, no. Like 3 months ago, or like during the fall, maybe summertime. We had a storm go through and it knocked down a power line, and we lost power at the
I remember that.
job. Yeah,
I remember that. Also remember that
and
branch that fell in your front yard and you were like freaking out.
yeah, it hit the window.
Just like me, bro. I do the exact same thing. I would do the
And no,
same
we had no
thing.
power, no nothing, and we still worked. We just told everyone, hey, You have to do the online stuff, and they did it. And well, almost all the stuff that we use it in there is tier 2 is like gas powered. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
it's not electrical. But yeah.
19Z HRRR trended west. I was thinking,
So what?
Lucky, is there a 2 west? Did you just fall?
No,
It must have been reaching for that candy.
I was. It's directly right next to my mic. I'm sorry.
It sounded so loud, I thought you fell. But yeah, I was asking one of my friends who lives in Greensboro if he thinks that this like tomorrow's risk can go too far west, and there's really not like a too far west thing. Really, the only way how it goes too far west is if like the cold front doesn't hit the mountains till like 4 o'clock. Which right now the cold front is projected to hit the mountains at uh 5-6 a.m. So I think it's literally impossible for this risk to trend too far west. And I mean HRRR still going west, so I can tell you this: the more west it goes, the higher the risk. If we keep trending, if the HRRR keeps going west, 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 and the SPC is looking at that, and they're like, okay, the HRRR is really the only reason why we're not pulling a high risk yet, because it's showing a very real potential bust mode. And if that very real potential bust mode starts to decrease in probability, that's when they pull the high risk.
So
And
do you think it would be more discreet if it just keeps going west, west, west? Would that be the
I
case?
think it would. I don't know if it would be more discreet, but it would definitely be more intense. So that could allow for like stronger storms embedded in the line to be even more present, instead of it
Yeah.
just being like weaker storms embedded in the line and they're a bit sloppy. A stronger storm could like really help clear out and become more semi-discrete embedded in the line because it's stronger. Not necessarily semi-discrete because of the west trend exactly, but more because it has more time to intensify.
Yeah.
So essentially, yes.
Yeah.
Kinda to yes.
I guess we'll find out when we find out, right?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out when we see a storm.
All right, here. You want to update real quick on the standings? Let's
Oh yeah,
see.
go ahead. First Chase Elliott and dead last. Oh. Look at that. Severe thunderstorm warning north of Mount Pleasant. You can keep talking. I'll listen to you while talking. Wow. So no yellow. Probably damage. Oh, this might be your main MCD, y'all. It's like the cold front trended west with the HRRR, but the convection trended east because it's bowing out so much. Like, look at this. This is the front's like back here, so like right in here is the front of the front, and this is trended east right here. This big bowing segment bowing in front of the front. And that bowing segment in front of the front that is in front of the front is trending more to the east instead of to the west, which is being annoying for the front. I tried to make that sound as confusing as possible. Did I succeed? Yeah, this is your main MCD, y'all. 120 to 150 tornado. So a few strong tornadoes, probably one intense possible. A tornado watch will be issued before 6 p.m. Eastern. Tornadoes will be the main hazards, followed by damaging winds and then hail. I'll show you, actually, weatherwise might get the MCD first. MCD. Yep. Look at that. Weatherwise gets it before the SPC site. Or maybe close. But there you go. So they are going to do all the way up from southern Illinois, southwest Indiana, all the way down to northeastern Louisiana and central Mississippi for the main tornado watch. That's going to be your main tornado watch. So instead of it being like 2 or 3 separate watches, they're just going to do one big mid to high-end tornado watch. I don't think it will be a PDS tornado watch. I mentioned that earlier today because of all the uptrends. But with the newer models, even the ones that uptrended starting to show overconvection being a big issue, and with the recent surface observations, I don't think we'll see a PDS tornado watch. But I still do think we could see a long-tracked intense tornado. I still think we could see a long-track tour. I'd say it is a 10 sig. I'm going to say 70. I like 70-40. I'll say 70-50. 70-50 is what I'll say. What are y'all's tour guest probs? So just to put it in perspective, the one in Arkansas right now is 50-30. So what do you think the higher end tornado watch later today will be in the next hour or two? I say 70-40. 60-40, 60-50, 70-60. I don't think the second prob will be too high because it's a 10 sig 1. So I would be shocked if the second prob is higher than 60. That would shock me a lot. I think 70-60, I think that second prob is too high. 80-60, I think it's too high, honestly. I think 60-40 is a good one. 70-40 is a good one. 60-50 is even pretty good. That definitely could have happened. 70-50, a little bit on the higher side, but definitely could happen. 80-40, okay. That's more like tomorrow. That's more like tomorrow. QLCS spam. Actually, there's no way tomorrow has a second prob of 40. Tomorrow will be like 80-60 tour. Depending on how big the watch is. Okay, let me get off of that. Yeah, so I think this new age triple R is going to be null and void again because it shows a crazy bow echo, which is just probably not going to happen. It is significantly further to the west, though, with reflectivity as it hits the Appalachian Mountains. So it may not be as bad as the 18Z model run. Look at this, y'all. Oh, wait, I already have one open. You idiot. Go over here. Here you go. Go over here. Over here. Difference between 18Z and 19Z. The west trend continues. I'm telling you. And I still think it's going to go more west. It may not go significantly more west because that's a pretty big west shift. But I still think it's going to be going west little by little. And some runs, it may barely change. Some runs, it may go west a little bit more. Imagine if it's 190. That's impossible. That is legit impossible. SBC doesn't issue probs greater than 95. Yeah. Tomorrow definitely does have a few fail modes we want to keep an eye on, but either way, it's a big day for severe weather. None of them are complete bust modes. I'm just curious based on the tweet I just saw. Do you guys think today or tomorrow is a better tornado threat? Lucky said today because he doesn't trust North Carolina and Virginia. Just curious how many of you guys are going to think today. Tomorrow, 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 100% tomorrow, today, 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 tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. All right, poll time. What day do you think has higher tornado potential? Today, tomorrow. I'm going to guess this is going to be like 90-10. It's actually a bit closer than I thought. It's 40-60. Oh, there it goes. 34 to 66. 33 to 67. Of course. Today's actually up there. I really thought it would be lower than that. Mind you, uptrends are still occurring for tomorrow. And today, things are actively looking more and more messy by the model runs. So do with that information as you will. I didn't say which one do you think will bust. I said which one do you think has higher tornado potential. You guys didn't read the poll, bro. I didn't say which one's gonna bust. Which one has higher tornado potential, meaning the potential for tornadoes, not the verification of tornadoes. Exactly. That's why I was thinking it was pretty obvious. Today's a 10 sig tour, tomorrow's a 15 sig tour. I mean, you got to remember, the more today uptrends, the more tomorrow uptrends. If we're talking about the positioning and the speed of the cold front. And I can already tell you this, those prefrontals aren't going to verify. All those prefrontals on the HRRR are not going to verify. But I do think we're going to see prefrontals because of these guys down here and these guys down here. But I don't think it will be an insane prefrontal event like the 19Z HRRR shows with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 10, 11 prefrontals. I don't think that's going to happen. No, the prefrontals are firing. These are the prefrontals. Prefrontals are firing. Our prefrontals should be mature enough to produce tornadoes at 6 p.m. here in an hour and a half. Hour and a half. So yeah, they're firing. They should be firing between now and the next 20 minutes. By the way, Lucky, depending on how far east we go, I probably am going to be driving home in snow tomorrow. It's probably going to be snowing once I cross the border of North Carolina and Virginia. If I start in Central NC, end in Eastern NC, and then go west back to my house, probably going to hit some snow. Just a bit of a dynamic storm system, that's all. The 19CH-RRR has overconvection problems in Central NC, but really the only thing that does is destroy the prefrontal threat, which I think is barely even there to begin with. So, and I'm talking about the prefrontal event, basically in like far eastern NC. That stuff, the slop fest. We could still see an isolated prefrontal in Central NC, and if that does form, there's a pretty high likelihood it would be a potential long track strong tour. If we get one in that very favorable environment. Caleb, quit panicking, bro. Your storms are passing right now, and they look like a North Carolina high risk. This. No, this is this is what me and Lucky imagine a high risk in North Carolina verifying with. Tomorrow might be a high risk in NC, so we'll see if we're actually right or not. I would, if I saw this over North Carolina when I wake up at 9 a.m. in like Central NC, I'm not chasing. I'm not going to chase because that means that there is a strong enough cold front to completely wipe the whole warm sector. There's just no way I'm chasing if this is what I see in Central NC at 9 a.m. That means the cold front would have to speed up insanely, like an insane amount, and it would have to somehow survive the Appalachian Mountains, which... oh, tornado warning. If you've ever lived east of the Appalachians, you know it is very difficult for a line to survive the Appalachians. It is very rare. And it is the storm that I called out really early. And somebody in chat, I remember, called out the corruption of the storm, but it is still the same storm, just not the same area of rotation. The corruption was up here, but it's still part of the same storm, which you can see is in here. So first tornado warning, Willow Springs in southeastern Missouri. Hopefully you know what to do. Stay away from doors and windows. Get to your safe spot, lowest floor possible, and away from the outside world in the most interior room of your home. First tornado warning of the day, and it will not be the last. And it's a pretty populated one. Almost 13,500 people in that new warning. There you go. Tornado warning at the bottom. SPC just issued an MCD across Arkansas. The risk for all hazards continues across watch issuance 53. Gradual strengthening of an ongoing convection is expected, and possible warm sector development later this afternoon should increase the severe weather risk with time. Across watch issuance 53, a broken band of storms has gradually intensified across a surging cold front across far southeastern Oklahoma into western Arkansas. The environment ahead of these storms is still destabilizing, with temperatures warming into the upper 60s to the low 70s, resulting in 500 to 1,500 joules per kilogram of mixed layer instability. So far, capping has remained stout, especially with southern extent, slowing storm intensification and organization. The eventual robust mid-level ascent should continue surface heating and will erode the remaining inhibition ahead of the front this afternoon. Most CAM guidance shows a gradual strengthening of the frontal convection into this evening, given the strong layer, deep layer shear, lower level enlarged hodographs, and sufficient buoyancy, tongue twister mayhem. A risk for all hazards is expected to increase. It remains possible but unclear if discrete prefrontal convection can develop. Should this occur, supercells with a possible higher tornado risk in addition to large hail and damaging wind gusts would be possible. This appears most likely where lower level moisture can maintain near 60 dew points. Given expected increase in severe risk, the threat continues across the entirety of this watch issuance area this afternoon and into this evening. There you go. I'll end that poll here pretty soon, but it is significantly closer than I was thinking. It's 42 to 58 right now. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. 10 minutes or what you said. Let's see. Oh yeah, that new tornado watch up north. St. Louis. I know we had a lot of people from St. Louis earlier. The north side of St. Louis, likely going to be getting in a severe here in the next 30 or so minutes. I don't think downtown St. Louis will get this, but if you are on the north side, like near Florissant, Old Jamestown, Alton, Grafton, right on the border of Illinois and Missouri in St. Louis, these storms should head generally your direction, although if you loop this, it may even go more north than that. It may actually head more north like this, up towards Jerseyville, Carrollton, and just north of Old Jamestown. We'll have to see where that storm goes. Let's see. DMs real quick, Lucky. All right. We'll look at the meso analysis right now. I know it ain't the new one, but it was the one from 30 minutes ago that I missed. So let's go do that. Because for the OGs on this channel, you're probably looking at the meso analysis right now, wondering why I haven't looked at it at all today. I took a quick look at it, but I haven't really looked at it recently. Dang, that's a lot of inhibition. They are right. That's from all that cloud cover, y'all. All that cloud cover's really kept the capping in place. But yeah, you could see where that cloud cover hasn't been so potent. Definitely a bit of a higher tornado threat there. Once that cap fully dissipates, then we'll see. You know, we'll probably see prefrontals fire. What was that, Lucky? The product I used was Cape. It was Cape, bro. Yeah, it's inhibition. Man, I haven't looked at meso in that long, Lucky. You know what is terrible is to hear people say this event is already a bust and storms aren't even in the enhanced risk today. Yep. Welcome to the weather community. There you go. Man, I saw it before we even got our first severe. I saw people saying bust. Yeah, and those 60 dew points are all the way up to almost Jonesboro, Arkansas at this point. Oh, that's not good. Lord have mercy. The hardest thing in life is drawing where you think where you think the 60-degree dew point line is. Cuts south here, goes over in here, roughly down in here. That was a little mistake right there. That little guy right there, mistake. All the way back down in here. There you go. Roughly where your 60-degree dew points are. I messed up a little bit up here. Actually, no, I didn't. That's very close to where your 60-degree dew points are. So that shows you that these storms haven't even hit the best environment yet. So if we can get anything to fire down in here off of this lightly capped area, you could see those winds are to the southwest, so the storm motion will be to the northeast. So, and I think we are getting some convection to fire down there. Yep, see all the... That's too much. That's too much. It's too many prefrontals. Yeah, and look at that. You can literally see the 60-degree dew points are lining up a lot with that lighter cloud cover too. That cloud cover has gotten a lot more thin over the last few hours. It's gotten a lot more thin. Which, if you don't know what that means, basically that means the environment is going to continue to destabilize and get better energy. NATO cash just downtrended tremendously for today. It went from a huge 5% and even a small 10% to mainly a 2 and 3% with a localized 5% in Western Tennessee, Southwestern Kentucky, Northern Alabama, Northeastern Mississippi. That's probably from the line. I doubt that would actually be from prefrontals. But NATO cast doesn't do good with higher end days like today or tomorrow. Setups like this, it doesn't do the best on, so I wouldn't be relying on that. Also, we have, I believe we have a tornado warning where it has like a 1% tornado risk, so that should tell you that you shouldn't rely on NATO cast. Yeah, people just don't have patience when it comes to tornado events. They think a tornado event is going to go from 0 to 100 when they wake up. Like, if or yeah, right, when storms fire, like if a storm fires and within 2 minutes it's not tornado warned, it's a bust. You're muted, don't worry, you're muted. I think that's the first time you've ever done that in a long time. I won't say it, although I should. Yep. Sadly, you are. You were talking about how Twitter expects tornadoes to form like 1 second after a rain shower. What I was just looking at was it was the likely conditions. That was a meso-analysis, which is likely conditions. It's based off of a model run, but also off of current observations too. North of the tornado warning, strong rotation. You know why it's getting stronger? Can you guess? Exactly, because it's getting further from the radar. That's why. It's only getting stronger because our radar beam is getting higher. Ah, makes sense, huh? But it still might have some enough rotation to potentially need a warning. I mean, if the southern one got warned, the northern one easily could. 2 more votes on that poll and I'll end it. So if you haven't voted on it, go and vote on it. By the way, in terms of views, this is going to be our 5th most viewed live stream in this channel's history. I hope. $100 votes. End it. Oh, it didn't even pop up. Oh, there it is. Yep. 55 people said tomorrow, 45%. 55 said tomorrow, 45 people said today. Yeah, if you're looking at today's risk and you voted today, I'd start to, right about now is when I'd start shivering, thinking, maybe I should have voted tomorrow. In terms of which day is going to have higher potential. I still think this day has plenty of potential, but I don't think it has the potential that tomorrow has. I do believe tomorrow could be a big day in North Carolina. I think it's the first risk in almost 3 years that I believe could be big for North Carolina / Virginia. I mean, it's only been an uptrend from here. There is still, I want to wake up tomorrow and see the observations before I say and sound all alarms that it's going to be a big day. But I mean, there's very few bust modes. Yes, there's underperforming modes where it doesn't perform as a moderate or a high risk. But there's few little things like a little bit too much cloud cover, because even if there's cloud cover, we could still have a big day. But a bit too much cloud cover, a bit too quick of a cold front, a little bit too much over convection. Those little things can accumulate. And if we get a lot of those little things, they can amount up to a big thing to where we see an underperformance. You guys are saying there's a 80-50 tour or tornado watch. Several tornadoes likely, 2-inch hail possible, 80-mile-an-hour winds likely. You hear that, Grumpy Grandpa? Enhanced risk, 80-mile-an-hour winds likely. Don't think I'm forgetting. Don't think I'm forgetting. I saved that. We're talking about a potential high risk tomorrow. Just over 4.6 million people under a tornado watch now. This new tornado watch. If we wake up and there's no cloud cover tomorrow, you might as well just start storm chasing at 3 a.m. Because there's no way there's not cloud cover tomorrow. You're saying why? Well, that's because most of NC is covered by cloud cover right now. So I find it almost impossible that we wake up with no cloud cover over North Carolina. Yep, new tornado warning. Hey, Lucky. Yeah. Oh yeah, they also did this warning too, so they warned both of those. Wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on, Lucky. Hold on. Hold on. Stop. So hold your horses. No, not my camera. This. If you can. That. And I don't exactly know what the second, this is. There you go. Sorry, y'all. We're trying to do this. I gotta refresh that. Holy crap. We went from 0 to 4 tornado warnings in like an instant. Analysis radar. Time to get GR2 open. We're going to go up here. Gotta wait for that to update. Holy crap. I just got another beep. I think they just extended this tornado warning in Willow Springs. Yeah, this, I don't think this is on the ground, but it's very close on that CC drop. So if you are in this tornado warning, make sure you run to your safe spot because this may be on the ground. I have to see if the velocity is close to that clear air contamination or not, which we won't know for 20 more seconds. Hey, Lucy, what's up? Are you the person that I saw on Twitter in Florida? Pretty sure I saw a briefing from you in Florida. Where are you down there at? I thought you were going to I forgot where. I know you told us you were going somewhere, but I forgot if it was Florida or not. Yeah, that may be a debris signature. Because Spectrum Width lines up pretty well with that. So there's a small chance that's a debris signature for Batchtown, Illinois, north of St. Louis. By the way, there's a snow squall warning up here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, a tornado warning, and a snow squall warning, and a blizzard warning, all in the same state. Oh, actually, there's no blizzard warning in Missouri. I thought there was. Yeah, that's definitely a snow squall, though. Maybe I was thinking of Illinois. Oh my goodness, already 24.5 inches of snow reported there. Already 2 feet. Welcome to Missouri, yep. A lot of states seem to have this for all 4 seasons at the same time. Lucky, are you here? Yo, Lucky, get up. I don't think he's here. I've had him muted for a good chunk of the stream, but I think he disappeared. Near Fort Myers. So is that not west? Southwestern? Yeah, right in here. Dang, you are far. So you're not even close to the main risk for tomorrow. There's a pretty high chance you get something down there. As the cold front sweeps through, I would be watching out towards tomorrow night. Let me see the 18ZH Yeah, you're probably going to get something. Depending on the timing of the front, though, it's going to probably be close to sunset, so I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. But you're probably going to get something. Roughly around 8, I'd say, which I believe that is when it's dark. I need a good shelf. Well, hey, come up here to the 60 sig wind. That's what I'm going to be chasing tomorrow. Wish me luck. Holy crap. That is going to be insane. 60 sig wind. What the heck? Still can't believe that's actually a thing in Central NC for tomorrow. It's wild. I'm going to move this because just in case. We're not going to use weatherwise for just a little bit. Depends what red outlines. If the red outlines on the other software, it was if it was filled in, it was a blizzard warning up for Iowa and Wisconsin and Illinois. But these red outlines are tornado warnings. Those are where you need to be in your safe spot. The most concerning one is this one up here in Batchtown because there may have been a brief tornado with it just moments ago, although it is nearly impossible to confirm because it was in a tough spot. Get another radar out here. I like how our event is in a radar hole now, aside from the St. Louis, the tornado warning north of St. Louis. Like, this is all our main event right now is going to be in a radar hole. And then Texas is popping off down there. Hi. What I sent you. Let's see. Yeah, it's like 4 things. If it doesn't work, I might have to reset. New tornado warning there. Continuation north of Mountain View. I opened Radar Omega, and all of a sudden, my computer is screaming at me. None of them. Share your screen. Yeah, you've been muted. No. The screenshot I sent you is the email, Lucky. Oh, severe thunderstorm warning west of Little Rock. Yeah, these are looking pretty good. Also considerable severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds, southwestern Arkansas. Low-key, Radar Omega isn't as laggy anymore. I'm not saying it's a good software, but low-key not as laggy anymore. Still alive, Legacy. I didn't get my break. 3 out of 3 times. Actually, no. 2 out of 3 times. Did I get a break that one time? What? You cut in and out so bad. Are you doing it right? Oh my word, y'all. Hold on, I gotta help Lucky. You guys know him. He's helpless sometimes. Let me help him. Let me go over to... Okay. Oh, what the heck? That is a completely different password. My bad, man. That is a password that I used when I was like 5. Apologies, y'all. We're trying something real quick. Yeah, I'm trying not to do exactly what you're thinking. Yep. We're trying to do stuff for tomorrow whilst we're live here because I'm not gonna have time. If we stay live, I'm gonna end up not having time to do what I need to do for the chase tomorrow. Yep, that should be right, Lucky. Yes, you can. If you want to. And then just refresh it and see if... Okay, so it doesn't change the custom warnings, actually. So if you want to, you can just make you one. Sorry to make you go through all that, I know, man. But if... Actually, just do this one. Just do this one because it will be easier for us to just do it through all accounts. What? Oh, hold on, y'all. I got a 3-wide tie for a lead on NASCAR. See, the thing about Radar Omega is I've heard like 15 different rings in my ear about a tornado warning, yet I haven't seen a single one change. So I'm gonna just close that. So we've got 3 tornado warnings still. We're probably gonna get an extension for this one. Probably gonna get an extension close to bunker. Yeah. Did you see what your National Weather Service tweeted? In reference to it was a reply, so I'll just tell you. In reference to a high risk, they said they may upgrade it, they may not. But the fact is that they said they may upgrade it. See, we don't want to include the last bit. No, just kidding. I'm not a. Well, I mean, I am on Twitter, but I'm not that type of weather weenie. I mean, it's up to you. Why am I hearing so many beeps? Radar indicated, radar indicated, radar indicated, radar indicated, radar indicated. We've got 6 tornado warnings, all are radar indicated, and 5 out of the 6 are in a radar hole. Five out of the 6 tornado warnings are in a radar hole. I don't think that's a CC drop. I think it's clear air. This one I'm a little iffy on right here. But outside of that, I don't think we've had any CC drops. And there's another update. Yep. This dude. Bruh. Yep. Bruh. Lucky's going crazy right now, y'all. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty sure, yeah. What? Oh, snow. So since I didn't want to, show information on stream, I had Lucky go ahead and get Weatherwise Pro for me. So we have that now. So appreciate you doing that for me, Lucky, so I don't have to completely stop streaming to do it. Appreciate that. That. So see, Lucky doesn't always sleep. Sometimes he does help us. Most of the time he does sleep, but sometimes he doesn't. Hold on, y'all. Okay. I'm gonna fix this too real quick. Okay. Sorry for not concentrating on the warnings. All I will in just a bit. Like I said, I'm trying to get this stuff done for the chase tomorrow because we need this for tomorrow. So still a bunch of tornado warnings, y'all. But again, really, this is the only one we can see. It really is the only one we can see. So, let me see here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to customize a lot of this stuff later because I don't want to spend the whole stream doing it. But look, it's the scan. It's the scan. I've always wanted that ever since I became a weather nerd. I've always wanted that scan. Look at that. That's so cool. It's fast scan on the radar software. So you go to weather, you go to click a radar, go to bottom left. Bottom left. Scroll all the way down. That. Yep. And you can do whatever you want. It's live. Uh-huh. Oh, that's because it already came in. It'll do it in a minute. See on the left side it says 5. What does it say? 5:15. Yeah, wait till that goes to like 5:16, 5:17 or something, and you'll see it pop in. Yeah, give it like 2 minutes. Yeah, we do have prefrontals starting in southern Arkansas, so these could be a huge issue. Yep. Bro. Yeah, the new HRRR accounts for these supercells, and it doesn't really show them getting too mature. It shows huge hailers in Louisiana, which is interesting. Very interesting there. But those prefrontals, it may be a problem here. How often are scans in St. Louis? 3 minutes, so it should be any second. I think the HRRR is getting a better hold of things now. I wouldn't say it's trustworthy, but it's starting to get a hold of things. Why is my snow squalls red? It's starting to get a hold of things on tomorrow, too. I'll look at Mezzo in just a bit. I just want to see this real quick. Yeah, I don't know why they're red. Let me go switch those. Red. Oh, observed. Oh. It should be now. It should be now. There you go. Look. Look. Oh, let me go back to... Oh, I see what you mean. Mine did. Wait for it to disappear. Oh, see? There you go. There you go. I need to get rid of this. Let's go to mesoanalysis. Okay. It's yeah, it's my business one too, so I don't care too much for it. But the reason why I had you do that is this. Right here. Yes, exactly. That's why I did that, just in case. Yeah, but you can't say that you are, on your stream that. Oh yeah, the warm front's coming. Yeah, look in South Carolina, Lucky. Look in north central South Carolina. You'll see him. Yeah, the little guy. Oh, I just remembered something. Hold on, y'all. And get rid of this real quick. Look at this. Watch. Let's see. Give me uno momento, y'all. Not you. You can keep yapping if you want to. Okay. What'd you say? Why? Oh, my screen was blacked out. There you guys go. No, my screen was blacked out. It didn't even pop up. We have a funnel report on that northern tornado warning. Look at that right there. So we have a funnel confirmed there. I know you guys can't hear him. That's because we're trying to figure stuff out. It's where it's always been, Lucky. Oh my word, bro. Lucky, it's the little hamburger thing, bro. It's where it's always been. Ah, this dude. There is a snow squall warning in western Missouri. What the heck? That is directly behind our cold front. There's snow directly behind our cold front. That is crazy. Am I free now, Lucky? Okay. I'm going to put it on here. No, the thing you were saying not to do. I don't I don't see it, so. Alright. I hope. Alright, y'all. Mesoanalysis time. Finally. I apologize. Honestly, very elevated profile. 79 and 63. Ouch. Little lower level wind shear? Terrible mid-level wind shear? I mean, really? This stuff shouldn't do anything until far eastern Arkansas. That's where we're going to start having a problem. In the short term, I don't think these guys are going to be doing too much. We'll have to watch for these to get east of Little Rock, and then they may become a big issue. Oh, skip mesoanalysis. We got the new HRRR. Yeah, it definitely goes slop fest. But I don't agree with it being that sloppy. And then it's still going to wipe that warm sector out, isn't it? Yeah, because the line's just not dying. It's also added, the newer ones added a lot more crap vection in North Carolina. But it uptrended. Let's see. Actually, no, it downtrended a little bit with the Cape, but it pushed the risk more west again. The front. Alright. But I still think it's, if this went out further, I still think it would have a big issue for overconvection across Virginia. So your main threat would definitely end up being further to the south. Yeah, down in here would be your main threat. It would it might barely include Greensboro, but once you get north of like right in here, this stuff is all going to be a problem for instability. Oh, look at that live scan. That is gorgeous. Oh, we just missed the one in Arkansas. These winds are getting pretty dang strong. A little surprised that's not considerable. Oh, speaking of considerable, just do this, 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 this. There you go. Now you can see that that is a considerable severe, that darker orange. Which it is a little bit hard to spot, so I might have to try to fix that. Oh, that live scan is so satisfying. This is the little guy I want to watch the most going into Sheridan. And, oh, yeah, that's destructive. Not destructive. That's considerable for 1.75-inch hail there. I might have to switch destructive to a different orange or something. I heard an update to the tornado warning here. Oh, let me also make sure that's good. Observed, we like that blue on this channel. PDS purple, emergency pink, yeah. Yeah, that's good. So I think we are down to 3 warnings. 1 warning up here in Illinois, 1 warning in Missouri, and 1 warning in southwestern Arkansas. Actually, that one is no longer in effect. We're down to 2 tornado warnings. Yes, it will, Ben, but typically you're not going to be looking at an observed tornado and an observed snow squall in the same county at the same time. Let's see here. I I'm preparing for the chase. Hmm. I want to see what these prefrontals do, y'all, but like I don't know if I'm ready to chase tomorrow. Like I'm trying to think. I'm not gonna have if I sit here the whole time watch these prefrontals. I'm not gonna have time to get ready for a chase tomorrow. I did stuff earlier in the day, but I'm not fully ready. Yep. So we'll go as long as possible. But I don't know how long that's gonna be. I would rather be more prepared for the severe risk tomorrow in my neck of the woods than stay here live streaming the whole time. But I also know the main threat is after 6 p.m., so we're not even in the main threat yet. But we'll stay live just until I think it's not needed anymore. Did they take away that? Okay, there you go. They got rid of the considerable severe, put a normal severe in place. And we're down to 1 tornado warning again, which is going to expire in 27 minutes, but I don't think they're going to continue it because it's already starting to leave the warning area. Yeah, they just disextended it right there. Yeah. Oh, this is looking pretty good. That definitely a more intense squall line than most models predicted here. Most models didn't predict this solid squall line, and we do want to watch these prefrontals in front. But I'm hoping they can be messy enough to where we don't see anything significant. Thank you for the $10 donation, Light Rain in Morganton, NC. What to expect tomorrow? I appreciate the donation. Let's go see. That is just west of Hickory, North Carolina. Yeah, light rain over the next few hours. You're not going to get anything too significant tomorrow, thankfully, because you're so far west that storms are going to hit you so early they won't be intense. So I would be watching the AM hours about 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 9 a.m., roughly 9 a.m. for the worst threat. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, half-inch hail, maybe a spin-up tornado. And then there's uncertainty on if we'll see a second round or if our main round will come from the first round. Like, does this round become our main round right here in the AM hours, or do we get a secondary development of main thunderstorms? But for sure, you're going to have a threat in the morning hours. And then whether or not there's another line that develops, we'll have to see. But definitely the morning hours and maybe even the early afternoon hours with the same hazards. Now, what were you trying to say, Lucky? Oh, you said you were going to do that all night the other night. You ain't done that? Yeah, we're not going to do that. You got me messed up. Blacksburg is putting out their tornado safety plan on Twitter, giving you a hint that you should be ready for some tornadoes tomorrow if you live in Southern Virginia into North Carolina. It's a Monday, idiot. A new update from National Weather Service Raleigh. The potential remains for a widespread severe weather event tomorrow on Monday. Some significant EF2 tornadoes are stronger, and 75-mile-per-hour winds or greater wind gusts. Finalize severe weather preparedness plans and ensure means to receive severe weather alerts. So just really reiterating the SPC outlook. Oh boy, then they put a whole discussion. Lord, a triple point may develop. Hey, yo! That's the first thing I saw when I read the discussion. I just saw that in the middle of the paragraph, like third paragraph down. Regional focus of maximum severe potential. Let's see. While the parameter space will be favorable for organized mixed convecutive modes, it remains unclear which mode may be dominant. Discrete or semi-discrete modes would favor supercells with all hazards, including large hail and tornadoes, possibly strong and widespread damaging winds, versus a QLCS with little to no hail, and instead widespread strong to damaging wind gusts and swaths of significant winds and or mesovortex tornadoes. There will probably be a combination of two modes with a dominance that may not become apparent until tomorrow morning. Tore on the ground. Huh? Missouri? St. Louis? Man, you can't see that. Man. But yeah, we could have two spin up tornadoes here shortly. It's very difficult to confirm if they're on the ground or not. You can't tell that with CC, not with the insane amount of corruption all over the place. Now, maybe, hold on, if you go up with height. But even then, that would be fallout, and it doesn't look like that would be a type of... that doesn't look like fallout. It doesn't move like fallout there. Yeah, that's corruption right there. That's a beam of corruption. Those two scans, though, I mean, that's not horrible. And there is a velocity signature there, but there's not much reflectivity, if any. That is insanely difficult to confirm. But I do see what you guys are talking about with that. Hmm. I don't know. It moves with the correct area. It may be. It may be. I don't like how people are solely relying on the HRRR tomorrow. Because if the HRRR is wrong, they're going to see a significant uptrend on that model run. Some people are so tunnel focused on the HRRR that they read it as gospel and that nothing else could be correct. And that is what I am not doing for tomorrow's thread. I've learned too many times, and Lucky can agree with me 10 out of 10 times, that tunnel visioning the HRRR model run for our area does not end well. Okay, bro, you could calm down. You could calm down. He's over there hollering that it never verifies. So, if it never verifies in North Carolina and it is saying a low-end scenario, eh? That means the HRRR's low-end scenario should technically be wrong. Since the HRRR rarely verifies for our area. Oh my goodness. I was wondering where that beep came from. Well, we got a tornado warning in, you ready for this? Florida. Florida is in a tornado warning. There's not a 2% tore down here. And we do have a tornado warning over Lake Mary in Florida. Just north, actually for Winter Springs. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in Lake Mary, Florida. Good old Florida, man, with the out of nowhere tornado warning. For over 130,000 people. And that's low-key a very impressive velocity signature. Quite impressive velocity signature. Let's see. I want to check the, crap, I forgot. Brain's not braining, man. Let's see here. Well, we'll see what the 21Z HRRR has. Like I said, I'm addicted to the HRRR. I want to see if it corrects itself. That's what I'm addicted to. I want to see if it is going to correct itself. And when it does, what does it show? There's no tornado warnings anymore up in Missouri and Arkansas. Our only tornado warning is in freaking Florida, man. Our only tornado warning is in Florida. Welcome to 2026. There's now a tornado warning for a spin-up tornado northwest of Little Rock, Arkansas. Which I was looking at that before. But it really didn't look good enough. It's very weak velocities. Behind it is strong velocities of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. But in terms of the area for rotation, it's very weak. And these prefrontals are struggling hardcore. Remember, 7 p.m., most of our early morning models were thinking a tornado outbreak would be well underway. Do you guys know if the HRRR is good with EML? I feel like that's what it struggles with the most. I'm asking y'all because you guys are also weather enthusiasts, so I expect an answer. I feel like it's not. Because what I'm starting to hear from the community is that the EML for tomorrow is uptrending. Do you know what that means, Lucky? That means there's a lesser chance for morning convection because of a cap. But I don't know how the HRRR handles with that, so I don't know if it could potentially be underdoing the EML. I really, really can't tell if I'm going to be dead honest with you. Ah. Hold the phone. Nah, never mind. Hang the phone up. It's over. HRRR is still a dumb model run. Hey, what's happening on the NASCAR race over there, Lucky? I don't know if it's better than the NAM 3K right now, Ben, honestly. NAM 3K is horrible with simulated reflectivity, but its environment is actually underrated. The never accurate model run actually does better than a good chunk of models when it comes to the environment. But it is absolute dookie when it comes to when it comes to reflectivity. It is terrible. Excuse me, St. Louis tornado warning. And this velocity, if this red does come closer together to that green where that notching is, we could easily get a tornado in Conway, Arkansas. But we do now have a tornado warning for downtown St. Louis. Which is going to be for over 875,000 people. You get it as it comes in, Lucky. It would just come in slower. I'd say maybe a 10-second difference. I don't think it'd be huge. Heck no. Probably not. Yeah. Let me go back to here. It's a lot of prefrontals. Question is it too many of them? I heard another beep. Wait, what? Another Florida tornado warning. We got an extension. We've got two tornado. There is just as many tornado warnings in Florida as there is inside of our enhanced risk for severe weather. Actually, that might not be true. There is more tornado warnings in Florida than there is in our enhanced risk for severe weather. There is more tornadoes in a non 2% than there is in a 5% / 10 sig. That is wild. More tornado warnings in our main enhanced. Which, to be fair, we're not even in the main enhanced, so. I mean, we're not even in the 10 sig tour yet. Oh, well. I think that counts. That counts. We have a tornado warning in the 10 sig tour, so. I think that counts. We've got one tornado warning in our 10 sig tour risk, and we've got two tornado warnings outside of any tornado risk. Down into Florida. Another beep. Florida, Arkansas, Missouri, Florida, Texas. That one wasn't on there a second ago. Trying to spot the odd one out there. Longview, Texas. Make sure you're in your safe spot. No, Raleigh didn't post that they may upgrade it tomorrow. See, you've cut out the end of it. Raleigh said they may upgrade tomorrow, they may not upgrade tomorrow. Basically meaning, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Just like we were saying. It could happen, it could not happen. I don't know. But basically coming from the NWS in Raleigh. You can't cut out the end. That's what we call false information right there. It doesn't mean that at all. It's a meteorologist from National Weather Service in Raleigh who monitors the account, and they posted that. Like here, one of their older tweets, somebody commented, "Is it possible?" Well, they said it. I think they meant, "Is it possible they could upgrade it to a level 5 out of 5?" And Raleigh said, "It is possible, yes." And we know it's a possibility. That doesn't mean they will, and it doesn't mean they won't. Is that a disc extension? Like, why is that? Oh, I see. They just extended this severe warning, so it moved into that area. Got it. Another tornado warning. Wow. I can't see anything. Well, Alton, Missouri, you're in a tornado warning, but I have no idea what's happening there. All I know is that it's a tornado-warned storm. Oh. I completely forgot about that tornado watch. 80, 50, 90, 60, 50, 30. Yeah, high threat for wind, moderate threat for hail, makes sense, and then a high threat for tornadoes. Yeah, that's actually definitely on the higher end side of things. That is definitely higher side of things right there. 80% Tor. That I feel like that is probably 15 sig 1 caliber confidence right there. But I don't think they'll end up doing that because by the time the next update rolls around at 9 p.m. Eastern, our main event should be starting to decrease. I guarantee they're upgrading it. They wouldn't bring that up for no reason. Oh yeah, you know why they might bring it up? Do you know why? Here. Now, why would they bring it up? Because somebody asked. They were simply replying, simply saying it's a possibility. They didn't go ahead and tweet, we may upgrade tomorrow to a high risk. They didn't say that. Somebody said if they upgrade it, it will be tomorrow. And Raleigh said they may upgrade it tomorrow morning. They may not. They were simply responding to a comment. And people on Twitter are trying to completely take it out of context, making it seem like they're talking about a high risk being issued, and it will be issued. They said it's possible, which is a fact. It's possible. It is possible today goes moderate. It doesn't mean that the SPC is going to go moderate at 9 p.m. It's possible for a high risk tomorrow. It doesn't mean it's going to go high risk. But you got to be careful because people are going to take that tweet out of context and say, oh, NWS Raleigh said a high risk is going to be issued tomorrow. They said one may be, one may not be. Which you can, you could really say that if you think, you could really say that for like any moderate risk, you know? A day 2 moderate risk is pretty rare. So you could really say that for any day 2 moderate, you know? You really can. Any day 2 moderate risk, you can really say it may be upgraded to a high risk. It may not be, because a day 2 moderate, by the time it spins around to day 1, there's a chance it uptrends and it warrants a high risk. There's a chance it stays the same or downtrends and it stays moderate. So it's nothing special. It's just coming from the NWS, and Twitter's taking it out of context to make it seem like Raleigh's saying it's going to happen. Let me go back to St. Louis. Low key, that CC really had me worried there. Crap, that might be too consistent. I can't tell. Probability of debris is roughly 71%. It's got a spectrum with ball. Oh, there's hail. I didn't see that till just now. But that doesn't align with it at all, so... That hail doesn't align with it at all. I can't tell. Give it 9 more seconds, see where that velocity scan goes. It went more north than that junk down there. So if there was a tornado with this, it would have been between Crestwood and Alfton. But I cannot confirm that at all. Not confident one bit in that being a tornado. Only way how I'll confirm that is if the NWS issues a confirmed warning there, which it's still radar indicated. So either way, if you're in St. Louis, be in your safe spot. A tornado is either imminent or possibly even on the ground. Either way, you need to be in your safe spot. Right now, there is no confirmed tornado warning. No confirmed tornado warning anywhere in the U.S. Still 2 tornado warnings out here in Florida. Still your tornado warning for Longview, Texas. Just be in your safe spot. It really doesn't look like anything too notable velocity-wise. Conway, Arkansas, we've got many, like 3, maybe 4 areas to watch for the potential of a spin-up tornado. Can't see anything for the tornado warning in Alton, Missouri. Just being your safe spot. I have no idea, Caleb. I don't use Radar Omega. Are you? It depends on which one you're talking about, because I know there's one that is based off of. There's a hail one, which is based off of radar alone, and then there's actual LSR, local storm reports. No, that one's getting a little bit more interesting still near just west of Whitehall, but not strong enough by any means for a tornado warning, in my opinion, or anything to be concerned about imminently, but in the future, probably something we're going to have to watch closely down the line as those storms go into eastern Arkansas. Let's see. Um, yeah, our next update from the SPC isn't going to be till 9. And that'll be for today's outlook, obviously. And 00ZH isn't going to be in for a while. Okay. So we're not going to have any big updates from anything anytime soon. We're going to continue with our hourly meso analysis and our hourly HRRR, but really we won't have anything big to talk about other than just tracking these storms, which so far I'm not very impressed with. I mean, it's just your QLCS tornado threat. It's nothing impressive at the moment. And these discrete supercells. We'll just wait to see what the new meso analysis has here in 10 minutes to see what those are moving into. The further east-northeast they move, the better environment they get into from what I saw from the old meso analysis. But I do want to see if there's any type of mid-level worm nose or anything like that. Ooh, what was that? If I were chasing tomorrow, and I might be, I target one of these 2 spots. Southern North Carolina, northeastern South Carolina, or the DC area. Interesting. Who are you? Oh, that's a meteorologist. Well, shoot. Now, why would he choose Southern NC? Tough. I think Lucky's forgotten that he's got to choose a target area tomorrow. He thinks he could just be done with college and drive right into a tornado-warned storm. Oh, whoa. Hi, Lucky. I didn't know you were here. I had no idea. Well, you better look over some model runs tonight, bro, because I'm not making this decision on my own. You got me messed up. If the risk is going to underperform, I'm going to make sure it's partially your fault. I'm not going to take all the blame for not seeing a tornado tomorrow. Oh, man. Yeah, that's still... Now the northern one looks like it's CC, but it's so hard to tell. It's no definitive CC drop yet. There's a bit of a decrease in ZDR. Minimal increase in spectrum width. Reflectivity is partially present. Velocity matches up very well, though. It easily could be straight line winds, or it could easily be a weak tornado. We'll have to see what the next scan has, see if that debris gets bigger. Yeah, I was going to wait for the mesoanalysis to come in so that way we could see what those storms in southeastern Arkansas, those prefrontals, may look like. And I doubt we'll get any new MCDs from the Storm Prediction Center because there's not really anything for them to highlight unless they talk about an increased tornado threat with those prefrontals. And while that hook, what I'm assuming is the hook looks more pronounced now, but we'll have to see if velocity matches with that hook. May have been a brief tornado. Let's see what this velocity has here in 2, 1, 0. Boom. Very weak. But it could have, or still may be able to, produce a tornado here. It either produced one possibly just to the west of where it is now, back out here before it crossed the Illinois-Missouri border, or it could still be producing one or about to produce one. Yeah, we've got those mini supercells along the warm front. Oh my goodness, it's rotating. Lucky, we've got rotation in South Carolina, 2 of them. There's two mini supercells rotating in South Carolina right now. They're very close to the warm front. I don't think they're like very, very close to it. I don't think they're on the boundary. No, they're not on the warm front itself, but they're close to it. Go to Oklahoma in May, bud. Not this May, though. Not this May. This May is probably going to be below average for tornadoes. If you're wanting to go to the plains, wait till June. Or late May. Watch it be the dead opposite. Watch it be like early May does nothing. Or no, early May pops off and late May does nothing. Surprised we don't have a new tornado warning into west central Illinois right now. Oh, we do. What? It's just slow on weather-wise. There it is. Yeah, we do have a new tornado warning into west central Illinois. Going, including Maryville and Highland in west central Illinois. There's no confirmed tornado on the ground right now, but if we did have a brief tornado of this, it likely would have been on the smaller side of things. Here comes the 21Z HRRR. It decreased the prefrontal threat for Arkansas, but it increased the prefrontal threat for like extreme eastern Arkansas, extreme southwestern Tennessee, and northwestern Mississippi. Northwest Mississippi on this new HRRR run has the best prefrontal threat. But by the time that happens, the environment is actually decreasing for favorability for tornadoes. We'll see. I don't think they'll go moderate last minute at the 9 o'clock update. That would blow me away. But these newer runs are definitely showing less prefrontal threat. Let's see if we've got a new RFSA. Yep. Let's see this. That still shows prefrontal threat. However, it's wrong. Because it says that we should have 2 supercells pretty well mature by now in these 2 areas. It's not horribly far off on that far northern one, but there's nothing further to the south that's mature, and that northern one is nowhere near as intense as the RFSA says. But it's not too off on positioning for the northern storm. What does Wophus have? I haven't looked at that in a long time. Let me see if that's changed. Every single one has prefrontal convection, but all of them look on the lower side of prefrontal convection. Like a few of them have mature supercells in front, but most have, they're kind of like almost mini supercells, like small supercells. A few of them are mature, like this one. Maybe this one. But many of them are small supercells. And the good news is they're also after the peak environment. The peak environment ends at, I think, what? Actually, now I got to go check because they might be just in time. 8 o'clock is when the peak environment ends, and this is at 7:40. So it's like they start firing just before that peak environment is finished. Yeah, you could see the cape decreases there. Cape decreases. I'd assume shear is going to increase. Yeah, cape decreases, shear increases. So we'll see. Still, even if the peak environment is decreasing at that time, those storms would still be capable of producing tornadoes because they're still in a favorable environment. Just maybe not as favorable as if they fired 2 hours early. No tornado warning in Arkansas anymore. We still have that tornado warning for Longview, Texas, the tornado warning that I can't see on radar in southeastern Missouri, and the one we've been watching the most out here in St. Louis. Now moving further east, and there is multiple little areas of spin in this. There is plenty of areas of spin. I can't even fit them all on screen here. I'll try. I'll have to zoom out. We got an area here, 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 and 2 up here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 areas of little spin here. This one looks like it's starting to strengthen. This one looks pretty good too, the one actively tornado warned. But this one is really starting to get an indent to it. See those greens going into it? And the red increasing? And the notch that you now have here in the reflectivity? That's a signal for rotation starting up. And that is near Waterloo, Illinois. Do we still have a tornado warning in Florida? Nope. Those 2 are gone. Oh, that's tornado warning now. Farmington, Missouri. I guess there was a 9th area of QLCS potential I didn't see. What's that? Oh, yeah, that's the old Is that the old funnel report? I don't know if I saw that one. I don't think I saw that funnel report. I feel like I saw a funnel report up here, not this one down here. All right, let's see our mesoanalysis. Still, the main environment is to the east of these storms. But like I said, by the time storms get there, I think that environment, by the time storms are mature in that environment, it's going to start to decrease. But even then, again, we'll still have a tornado threat as long as those storms are semi-discrete or in a full line. But still, elevated surface profile. That's what could be helping to inhibit prefrontals from intensifying further. Ooh. You also got a mid-level warm nose. Actually, almost in the lower levels. A little tiny warm nose there. Not much, but what could inhibit it a little bit better is the sharp dew point decrease right there with height. Yeah. Normally, you like to see a little steady, a bit more of a steady decrease like that. Or if there is a decrease, you don't want it to be that sharp. Like these sharp bits right there. That could be a tiny dry slot in the mid-level. But this isn't too bad. I don't think this would stop storms from firing. The only thing that may stop these storms from firing here is the fact that your surface temps and dews are a little bit far apart. And there's not the best amount of lower level veering. Oh my goodness. Lower level veering is like not even present. You can tell that by the hodograph. Gracious. 22. Or no, my bad. 96 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, which is actually not atrocious, but it is still pretty bad. Definitely not good enough for a strong tor threat. Tornado warning. Wait, let me just go ahead and do this. Okay, so all tornado warnings in Texas, all tornado warnings in Florida, all tornado warnings in Arkansas have all been canceled. We're left with 3 warnings, 1 in southern Missouri, 1 in eastern Missouri, and then our 1 in west central Illinois. Let's go see this new MD. I wonder if it is for prefrontals or not. Nope. It is for a severe thunderstorm watch warranted. So they will be issuing a severe watch up here in Illinois and northern Indiana. So they will issue a watch. It says 95% chance being issued, but they're likely already issuing it. Although I really don't think we'll see a whole lot up there, but you know, if we do, they've got the watch there just in case. Or the soon-to-be severe watch. Not really much change in the new HRRR. Funnel cloud reported on that, and there's your new tornado warning to the south. for both of the other QLCS areas we were watching around Waterloo. No shocker there. I'm going to close this stuff out real quick. There we go. Well, that's something. Look at that. Don't know if that's like a booking vortex trying to form there or something, but definitely an area to watch. Tour possible tag going into Springfield, Illinois. Definitely something I'd want to keep an eye on just in case. And there's just too many prefrontals here, but we are starting to get a good area of rotation here in Arkansas. Give me a moment. Okay. I don't think it will be Tornado Ones yet because it's about to go through a cell merger, so it should die right off after the cell merge. Or at least die temporarily. Let's go to St. Louis. Yeah, I don't see any of these on the ground right now, but they easily could be, so just stay in your safe spot. All right. Go put this back to, we're going to go put this around Springfield, this radar site. Yeah, very weak. Pretty much no rotation, just a lot of wind. Wouldn't be surprised if this goes considerable for 70-mile-an-hour winds. A lot of severes, that is for sure. Gracious. Plenty of severes. No, the event's not underperforming yet, but I have a good feeling it's going to. There may be a localized area where it performs back in here because of prefrontals, but I have a pretty good feeling we're going to see an underperformance based on what I've seen thus far. We've had a bit of a overperformance in terms of just tornado warnings back around St. Louis area. Wasn't expecting that. Let's see. We have like 300 miles of enhanced left. Yeah, but I mean, this ain't the look of a 10 sig tour. I just think we might be able to squeeze out a strong tornado or two embedded in the line. And then maybe we can squeeze out a stronger intense tour off of the prefrontals on the southern end. But much of that northern side, I doubt is going to perform. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Yeah, so plenty of tornado warnings, but they're QLCS spin-ups right now. So we'll wait and see. We've already been live for over 5 hours, so I'll probably go for a bit longer here, see if these prefrontals look good. And, yeah, I'll probably head off for a bit, and if things worsen, come back, but I've got to get ready for the chase tomorrow, and I know for a fact I'm not ready, because I got to be ready to just wake up and run. No, I'm not evacuating my area. I'm actually going towards the, I'm actually going to go towards the severe threat. I'm going to still get up early. I know it's probably a bit unnecessary, but the sooner me and Lucky meet, the better threat we have for, catching something. Yeah, you should be ready instead of sitting there watching cars go in circle. It'll take you 15. Oh yeah, he's not going to be prepared at all. 15 minutes to get ready. He is not going to be prepared. I've been getting ready for the last 3 days. Anything goes wrong with this dude's chase, and he is going to be cooked. Where will I be chasing? North Carolina, maybe into southeastern Virginia tomorrow. I don't know. That new HRRR look is atrocious. That line is so fast, it just cleans the warm sector. Yeah, lucky. I mean, if that line is actually as intense as the new HRRR says, I don't even know if the atmosphere is going to recover. If the line is... Well, he's just not listening to me at all. I even said his name. What do you mean what? I already said what I needed to say. If the HRRR is right, it may not even be worth chasing. If this line does survive the Appalachians, it's going to kill the whole warm sector, and I don't think it will recover. Right now, that is an outlier. However, will it stay an outlier going into 00Z? Yeah, I don't know. Because it's not too fast with the... It may be a little too fast with the cold front now, but it's not significantly too fast. It all comes down to the Appalachians, man. I mean, the Appalachians haven't failed us before with destroying lines, so knowing our luck, though, it's gonna fail us now. So I don't know. It could go down to enhanced. It could stay as a moderate, or it could go to high. I don't know. We'll have to see what the 0Z runs say. I'm gonna go look at the RRFSA real quick. Yeah, because the RFSA destroys it, the NAM 3K destroys it, the NAM destroys it, the Euro destroys it, the GFS destroys it. The only two that survive it, the RAP, I think, is now on board with the line surviving and wiping the warm sector. However, um, that's going to be more in line with the HRRR, so it might be a bit of an outlier too. This one. We'll have to see. I have a feeling the HRRR is still just being its old stupid self. I don't see it happening. I don't see that happening. I don't see the line surviving the Appalachians. With 100 Cape in the Appalachian Mountains, I don't see it happening. I'm still banking on a moderate to potential high. But that is a huge bust mode right there. That is the main bust mode. Like, if that happens, it's likely going to be a bust. To where little to nothing happens in the moderate risk. If the line survives the Appalachians. And I mean if it, like, fully survives. Like, if the line stays completely intact. Like, if the line looks like... I'll know probably right when I wake up, I'll know. Yeah, I wake up at 9 a.m. And if this is what it looks like at 9 a.m., that's probably going to be a bust. The line might have a chance to re-intensify, but that prefrontal convection just destroys the warm sector to the east. So your warm sector is destroyed to your east. The line is wiping out the warm sector in central and western NC, and there's no time for the atmosphere to recover with the cold front. Because your cold front is way back here. That's your cold front. This is your cold front. This is your garbage. Cold front, complete and utter demolishing leftover line from today. I will be out regardless, but I could tell you this. I don't know. If something like this does happen, it might be worth staying home. It really would. This scenario would be the scenario, probably the only scenario where I would debate staying home. What the heck? Did you see how that loaded? That was awesome. What in the world? That was the most satisfying model run load I think I've ever seen in my life. So, yeah, but the big thing is going to be the 0Z runs tonight. That's the big thing. Okay. Yeah, some of these storms in Arkansas are going sub-severe. I don't think the line survives the Alps, but we'll see. New tornado one in there, extending into Sparta, Illinois. A lot of hail in this line, by the way, so don't get confused with the hail and potential debris from a tornado. Texas is popping off still. Mainly one supercell there. Yeah, there's nothing really new I have to show you guys, and this event is just a QLCS week tour event, so yeah, we'll be here for a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna go get ready for tomorrow's chase, just in case it doesn't get killed by a line. Can't even see the storms further south either. Yeah, what about it? It's a little bit of rotation. This is just your normal QLCS stuff. Surprised with how intense this line is, though. This line was expected to be down here. That intense of a line was expected to be way down in there, so... Like this stuff, if we go to the HRRR, we go up here. Newest HRRR. I had this stuff dying out in like an hour. Less than an hour, 20 minutes. It had this stuff dying out. And that's not happening. I can tell you that. This whole event tomorrow has been up and down since the get-go. We've seen big uptrends, big downtrends multiple times. Same with today, too. That little storm's a bit more interesting there. That's a lot more discreet. Might be able to survive a bit longer. As long as that cell merge to the south doesn't destroy it. But it's not matured much yet. It's still a mini supercell. Yeah, so we just have our 2 tornado warnings for the QLCS potential here in western Illinois. Tornado warning we can't see in terms of radar-wise out here in south central Missouri, southeastern Missouri. And that is it. Everything else is severe. We've got one considerable severe, and then this considerable severe up here. So 2 considerable severes, actually. Oh, 3. They upgraded the one in Springfield to 70-mile-an-hour winds like I thought they would. This is the most populated tornado warning right here. One in Freeburg. A lot of mobile home parks, 13. Yeah, over 43,000 people in that risk or in that active tornado warning. Hmm? Yeah. Bro. No way. When? Oh, okay. Talking to Lucky, y'all, but he's muted on y'all's end. Told you. I knew I wouldn't be missing much. It's Phoenix. I know. I was trying to see if you were going to correct me. We have a tornado warning for this booking vortex potential right here for Dawson, moving to the northeast. There's also another little area of rotation west of Lake Fork. So if you're in this area, tornado warning Lake Fork in central Illinois, make sure you're in your safe spot. One side of Missouri has tornado warnings and severe warnings. The other side of Missouri has a snow squall warning. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning. There you go. There's your new severe thunderstorm watch across Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. Took them a while to issue that, but it really wasn't needed till just now because we didn't really start seeing intensification of these storms this far north till now with that newest severe almost into Bloomington, Illinois. Wow. Somehow we thought earlier today when I started live stream that these prefrontals would be going crazy right about now. Tell you this event, man. Yesterday, downtrend. This morning, uptrend. Afternoon, downtrend. And then when I started the live stream, uptrend. And then now, downtrend. It's just been up, down, up, down, up, down. It's like a roller coaster of emotions. That's what today and tomorrow is. It's just a roller coaster of emotions. Mother Nature can't make up its mind, or specifically, the weather models can't make up their mind. Okay, we did get a new tornado warning here for Arkansas. Not fast enough. All right, so here is our new tornado warning for Walnut Ridge in Arkansas. Just make sure you're in your safe spot there. Hard to see from radar because it's in a radar hole. Refresh again just to see. We had a new beep, but I don't see anything different. Warning corruption. It might be rotating, actually. It's just hard to say because we're far from the radar. So the radar is corrupted, but that storm could be capable of producing a tornado. Our prefrontal that has the highest potential right now is this. The only problem is there's so many storms around it. I doubt it will have a discrete enough environment to be able to produce. Like 0 of the Wophus ones predicted this much convection. Which gives me actually better confidence that the HRRR might be right for tomorrow too, wiping the whole warm sector out. I'll see it 00Z though, because if it, at 00Z, if the HRRR still goes out and it like continues a severe threat with the remnant cold front, it would still be worth chasing. Only question is if it continues the severe threat or not, which I don't know, because it's a dying cold front. That would be pretty hard to re-intensify. Oh, tornado on the ground in Arkansas. There you go. First observed tornado warning of the day in northeastern Arkansas. So Walnut Ridge, observed tornado. This has been confirmed by weather spotters. There is a tornado on the ground for Walnut Ridge in Arkansas. So there you go, Sam. Warning corruption. Apparently, corruption is actively producing a tornado. Like I said, radar is just so far that it's corrupted. But according to chasers, that's actively producing a tornado now. That is warned for 27 more minutes. That is an observed tornado warning. So run to your safe spot now. Walnut Ridge, observed tornado. Let's see. New MCD as well. Extension of that tornado warning into the Boot Hill of Missouri now. Observed tornado warning. Continuing. Hold on. Yeah, just a FYI, the blue that flashes white is a snow squall. The blue that flashes pink is an observed tornado. Just in case I go by real quick and you see blue up there in Missouri and think that's a tornado, that's a snow squall because it's flashing white. Definitely much stronger rotation there. Northwest of Sparta. In Illinois. New MCD for upwards of 90-mile-an-hour winds in Illinois and western Indiana. Show you guys that in just a minute. Okay. Make sure there's no random Florida tornado warning. There's the new warning that we just got. Still radar indicated. That's an extension for the one in Sparta. as these storms progress up to the northeast. So that now goes into, I don't even know what that city is called. I cannot pronounce that. It's quite the handful. That is a unpronounceable name in my book. Hearing a lot of beeps, but not seeing a lot of updates. I've heard like 4 beeps in the last minute, but only 1 new warning. Man. Yeah, here's that new mesoscale discussion, by the way, all. For those who didn't see it, 75 to 90 mile an hour winds, a few tornadoes, maybe one strong, and 1.25-inch hail possible. That's from where the line is now, and then continuing off to the east. And this is in Central Time, obviously. That's local time. All right, let me get that back over here. Share? Oh, didn't even realize. Man, no, he ain't. No, he ain't, bro. I don't know what you on about. But all right, all this stuff's over convected. I do think we could see a few more tornadoes, maybe 1 or 2 strong. So we're gonna go ahead and end here soon. So if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe with the notification bell set to all. We'll be chasing tomorrow no matter what, even if the whole warm sector gets wiped out. There's a chance for a live stream later tonight. I wouldn't rule it out, but I'm gonna go prepare for our chase tomorrow. Yeah, like he wasn't even close, bro. Hey, I'll take a second. If there's a PDS, will he come back on? I don't know. It depends if I see it. I do think tonight could pop off, but I don't know. My confidence in that has decreased quite a bit. These supercells are very, very clustered. But you can see they do have mesocyclones with them down in here. So all it takes is one of them to get going. I would not rule it out. All right. I'm going to go ahead and end. So Lucky, I'm going to go on deaf and I'll be right back. So yeah, I appreciate you guys for tuning in. I will see you guys tomorrow. There's definitely gonna be a few tornadoes tonight, and probably one or two strong, maybe even an intense one. And I'll just see if I can come back on in time for that. But I want to go get stuff ready, get some food for sure, and yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow, maybe at 10 a.m. It depends. Because if the warm sector does get wiped out, it will be a later severe weather threat. If it doesn't get wiped out, it will be a earlier severe weather threat. So we'll just see and go from morning observations on when the live stream will be, but probably somewhere roughly about 10 a.m. or later. But look forward to chasing. Hopefully we could get something. If that warm sector gets wiped out, probably not. But we will see. Either way, I mean, if tomorrow doesn't perform, we did get a historic day 2 moderate and a historic 60 sig wind that we probably won't see for an extraordinarily long time across the eastern U.S. So, yeah. Again, I hope you have a great rest of your night. Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. Hit the like button before you leave. Share the stream with your family, friends, social media. There's plenty of other people out there live covering this event. Just make sure when you go watch one that you trust them. And I appreciate you for tuning in. And yeah, thank you, mods, also for modding chat. Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys hopefully sometime tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Goodbye.